But I am going to try to go for 100% scans. I'll explain that in a second. Unidentified distress beacon has been tracked to a derelict space vessel in orbit above Tallon IV. Oh, it looks so good. Looks so good. Space looks so good. Oh, look at that planetary atmosphere, that detail. Oh, so good. Oh, look at the space station. Oh, the frigate Orpheon has never looked so good. Oh, look at it. Dude. Look at the ship. Oh, I want to see what Samus looks like. Come on. I'm so curious. It looks... Oh, look at that detail. Oh, it looks so good. Coming from like GameCube graphics to this. Oh, that's clean. Look, it's so shiny. But not like an obnoxious shine, it's like a slightly matte shine. Oh, look at the energy in that beam cannon. Oh man. Let's get ready to shoulder check some nerds. These giant basketball shoulder pads. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is gonna be good. Alright. Now was scan visor always on the right or was it on the left? I can't remember. But anyway. Force field activation switches are now online. And I need to remember first time playing through. Oh, that right stick is sensitive. Can I change the sensitivity on that? Because that's actually incredibly Oh. Oh, I see. So these are modifier buttons so that you can have access to the... Oh. What? Oh, interesting. So you could switch your face button stuff around. Interesting. Huh. That is very interesting. Okay. I want to adjust the sensitivity down 4 notches. Let's see. You could fine-tune the reticle while locked on enemies. Oh, that would be a little too much for me. Okay. Oh, they have an auto footing check? Oh, that's kind of cool. Man, I need to look through these. The flick motion used to activate Samus's. Oh yeah, they have the spring ball stuff. Oh, that's nice. Okay, so back in the original Metroid Prime 1 and 2, you had to the only way to get elevation as a morph ball basically was to use morph ball bomb jumping. What happened in the Metroid Prime trilogy version was they made it so that you could like flick the Wii remote and you would basically do a little morph ball hop. You would kind of like hop up. So you didn't have to use bombs if you wanted to get up, you know, 1 block's worth of distance, or elevation rather. Looks like they kept that, which is definitely a good thing. Let me check. Let me check my sensitivity, because that sensitivity felt a little much on the horizontal. Because this game's not so much about quick aiming as much as it is about positioning is important. So that's my morph ball button. Oh, look at the morph ball. Oh, look at that morph ball. So I can't move the camera while I'm in morph ball form. It follows me in a certain way. So I can't actively change the camera with the right stick. I can only center it using my lock-on button in whatever direction I'm going. So there's, oh, the morph ball bombs look good. That looks so good. Do a little bit of morph ball bomb jumping there. So you can do like a double, which is interesting. Oh, they kept the A button as a, so you could fire with both. The nice thing is you could fire. You could fire. Oh, interesting. Huh. Huh. That's interesting. Okay, so that's new. Man, I'm sorry. I'll get into, you know, more of the game. I'm just trying to get used to the changes they've made. This is interesting. Okay, so it used to be that when you would press and hold the fire button, you would shoot your first shot and then start charging your charge beam. Like this, which looks awesome, by the way. I think it looks like they've done a really good job improving the graphics. Like, this isn't just texture upscaling or like just redoing the same thing. They added some new visual flourishes to this, and that's awesome. Because like the charge beam looks unique to how it did in the GameCube version. It looks great. This is awesome. You know what I wouldn't mind doing is I wouldn't mind swapping. I'm actually gonna do that real quick. I feel like doing that. Let me do that. I want to, where are we looking? Oh, it's under controllers, right? Hold on. I want to rebind my controls. I'm trying to remember where I do that. Controllers and sensors, change button mapping. I want to change my right Joy-Con. I want to swap the X button with the Y button for this game. I want to save this as a preset mapping to, and I'm just gonna name it Prime. Okay. Because I feel more comfortable with getting into the morph ball on the X button, and then keeping my beam swapping ready to go on the Y button, which is closer to my jump button, so it's a little bit more accessible in the heat of battle. Okay. Last thing before we keep moving forward, just because I'm sure we'll find more stuff to look at as we continue. I want to explain scans. So there's these little scan nodes, which I like the new look of them. They're a little harder to detect, in my opinion, in certain ways, but not too bad. And basically you can scan these, and get some more information about things in the world. And most of it is going to be just, a lot of it is just lore, just to kind of get a feel for some more of the details about things in the world. But particularly when it comes to enemies, you can kind of get some hints about how to battle certain enemies by scanning them and reading the information. Because oftentimes you can suss out a weak point or something, or something that they are weak to, that will help you be more successful in your endeavors of defeating them. Okay, so I can't reach my gunship, which is a darn shame, because it's such a good-looking gunship. But what I'm going to be doing is, the game keeps track of how many things you scanned. So it is possible to get, you know, a full logbook of 100% scans. So I'm going to be trying to do that as we play along here. And there are some scans that are technically missable on a single playthrough, but I think this game has New Game Plus. So your scans should carry over to a New Game Plus scenario, so you can get the ones you missed. And when you've scanned something already and there's nothing new, it'll be more faded like this. The ones you haven't scanned yet are much brighter. And they're also color coded. So these red ones are usually something important, whether that be some more critical lore pieces. We'll see some of those later. Enemies are usually red scans. Things like this that are, you know, certain switches that will activate important set pieces, like activating these buttons. Those will also be red because they're considered important. The orange ones are not, they're not important, but they're there and they can still provide help. They're just not considered critical in the same way. The switch is directly connected to the force field barrier. So with the classic controls, since you didn't have camera, since you couldn't like actively move your camera around like this, you would have to hold down the L button so that you could aim, and then you would have to move your control stick in the direction you wanted to look, which means that if you wanted to aim your arm cannon in a specific direction that wasn't, you know, left or right, you have to stand still and aim. So twin stick controls are going to make this much, much easier. There's one last setting that I need to change, though. I think the vertical sensitivity needs to stay up. Yeah, that way I can kind of look around and I can look around somewhat quickly. All right, here's our doors. All right, y'all ready to scan? We got scans. This game's got a lot of scans, so I'm going to be doing a lot of reading. Deck Gamma, reactor core and propulsion. Current status, environment normal. Deck Beta, biohazard research. Current status, environment normal. That's good. Deck Alpha, emergency evacuation area. Current status, environment unstable. That's less good. Entrance to airlock. Now I can't remember exactly which scans are all counted in the logbook, but I'm gonna play it safe and try to get as many unique scans as possible. Make sure to scan this. Door cannot be opened until the airlock is repressurized. Use the activation panel to repressurize the room. Telling you that you should scan this red thing. Airlock repressurization successful. And then we repressurize, and the door is now usable. Deck Alpha Access Hall. We're really diving straight into the heart of things. Emergency evacuation area. Yep, this looks good. Oh, would you look at that? Recorded to logbook. Alright, creatures entry. I guess the enemies aren't considered red scans unless they're bosses. I think bosses will be red scans. Morphology. Parasite interstellar vermin. They travel in swarms. Indigenous to Tallon IV, a single parasite is harmless to larger life forms. However, they tend to travel in larger groups, swarming over potential prey. Such swarms can be dangerous. So, a single one of them, totally fine. Goes down in a single shot. If we ever come across multiples of them, though, that could be a problem. Game's trying to teach me things. Alright, let's scan this. Scan this bad boy. Morphology unknown. High levels of radiation detected. That's always good. We have ourselves our first space pirate. And they go into detail on how each individual space pirate died. This is what really sells the immersion of the world. The fact that it's not just, oh, it's a space pirate, so we'll just put the generic space pirate scan info on them. No, they actually go into like the context and what happened to them. Death caused by severe flame damage to exoskeleton. Yeah, with the fire here, that checks out. And look at the little scans on the sides too. The fact that you can see they have like X-ray scans. This is incredible. There's a level of detail that I can appreciate much more now than I could, 10 years ago. Status. Death caused by a severing of the spinal cord. Yeah, well, good stuff. Escape pod entrance. This vessel's already jettisoned. And sometimes scanning one thing in a certain place, that information is exactly the same as other scan locations. So these, even though I haven't scanned them yet, since they're the same information as this escape pod area that I scanned, they already have been scanned, technically, because they have the same information. So let's see. Biohazardous materials, Phazon batch 0009.A. Destination deck beta. Phazon batch also going to deck beta. Yep, all the Phazon batches are going to the beta deck. Interesting, interesting. So there's a couple little parasite dudes. So one nice little shortcut in case you decide to play this for yourself. If you want to get out of scan visor mode, just press your beam firing button. Which with the dual stick controls, that would be either the A button or ZR. that will immediately pop you back into your combat visor if you need to get into combat in a hurry. Space pirate. Death caused by acidic burns to body. Chemical type unknown. Okay. It's always a good sign. Hello? This guy's not quite dead. Weak life signs detected. Imprints of large bite marks can be seen on the exoskeleton. Hey buddy, how you doing? Oh. Ooh, they shoot red shots now, that's new. Alright buddy, I'll put you out of your misery. Ooh, we have our first health pickup. This is small energy, this gives you 10 health. Which works pretty much perfectly. Oh, there he goes. These people needed him. So enemies can drop items, just pretty standard Metroid fare. It's kind of interesting to see how they translated a 2D sprite of, you know, the little purple orb health pickups into a 3-dimensional context. I think it works pretty well. So, since we're kind of looking at combat now, it would probably be good to go over some of the aspects of Samus's heads-up display. First off, that reticle in the middle is very much a new design as far as Metroid Prime is concerned. You had a pointer like this in Metroid Prime 3 and the trilogy remasters or remakes, whatever you want to call them, because they did port Metroid Prime 1 and 2 into like a Metroid Prime trilogy collection, which gave Wii controls to Metroid Prime 1 and 2 that didn't have it before, and also included Metroid Prime 3, which was a Wii game. But this reticle did not exist in the original Metroid Prime. I can't remember if there was ever like a tiny dot in the center of the screen or not. You would basically only see a reticle when you were manually aiming. But it seems like this reticle changes with the distance between you and the surface you're targeting. So like it's a thicker cursor right now, and it thins out the further away the nearest surface is, or the selected surface. Okay. There's a lot to go over. And I feel like I want to try to be as informative as I can so we can all keep track of what's happening, because things are going to be happening. So I've been talking about the visors. In the lower left, you can see where it says scan visor or combat visor. Each corresponding direction on the D-pad will, if you press that button, it'll bring up the matching visor. So combat visor slides up to the top, and whatever it is selected goes to the middle. Scan visor's over on the right. And then over on the lower right side of the screen, that's where my other beams will be once I actually have them. And it seems like what they did for the twin stick controls is you hold a button. In this case, it would be the X button. You hold that, and then you use the D-pad to select them in the same way that you would select the visors. So you can see it lights up when I hold down the button to switch between beams instead of visors. Over on the right side, just above the beams, you can see my current missile count. I haven't fired any missiles yet, but I can try that in the next time we get into combat. So we start with 15, and we can also get those as drops from enemies, so we can resupply on missiles as we go. Above that, in the upper right, we have what equates to a mini-map, but it's three-dimensional. So it's like a rotating isometric view of whatever room we're in. You can kind of see neighboring rooms. And these blue doors, you can see the little blue squares on the map. Those are the blue doors. We'll see different color squares as we progress later into the game, and that'll tell us what we need, like what item we need to actually get through. Later in the game, there'll be doors that only react to certain beam types or things like that, I think. That might be more so a Metroid Prime 2 thing, but we'll see some different door colors later. I'm pretty sure. And then up in the center, we have our health. We just have 99 health right now, but that little empty space above that health bar, you can kind of see it if you look closely. There's like little X, there's like a little row of X's above it. That's where our extra energy tanks are going to be once we pick some up. And each energy tank's going to give us another 100 health to work with. Standard Metroid stuff. On the upper left of the screen, we have like a radar. That's basically for being able to tell if there are enemies nearby and where they are in relation to you. So the two white lines kind of protruding out toward the top of the circle, that's basically your field of view. That's like your vision cone. So anything that's like in that lower kind of area is something that you cannot directly see. And there will be like little red marks on it if there's an enemy nearby. We'll see that more when we get into combat as well. And the final thing to go over for the time being is right below the, I guess we could say right above where the visors are on that left side, there's a bar that bar indicates environmental hazards. So this fire will actually hurt us if we step in it. So as we get closer to it, the meter goes up to kind of warn us that we're getting close to something that could, in the environment, that could damage us. And if you get too close, it gives you an actual like warning indication with a little bit of a sound. The sound is definitely more subtle than it was in the original, if I recall correctly. But yeah, touching that will hurt us, so let's not do that. Instead, let's scan more doors. Oh goody, umbilical hall. Alright, we've got a few more scans to take care of here. Tails section possesses a mouth-like orifice, most likely used for birthing offspring. Okay. Cool, that seems good. Look at that. Like, just look how savage these claws are. Like, just look at this thing. Look at those chompers. Look at that carapace. Oh boy, that's like even just like the like creature design is interesting too. We'll be seeing some Metroid classic enemies in addition to new ones later. So it'll be interesting to see those. Escape Pod 3, 4, and 7 have been launched. Escape Pod launch coordinates Tallon 4. Research Command Center. Okay. So the escape pods went to Tallon 4. So we will likely be heading there next, once we're done with our business here. So let's see. Ooh, space pirate. Death caused by excessive blunt trauma to cranium. Yeah, probably from the cave-in. Although this debris is obstructing the hallway, it looks like it can be easily removed. This is the game teaching you how to use your charge beam. And the thing I didn't touch on earlier with the charge beam is normally when you press and hold your fire button, in the original Metroid Prime, you would just fire a single shot and then you'd start charging. In this game, it seems like they added a bit of a burst fire, which I could totally understand why they would do that from an accessibility standpoint. If you're going to be firing your charge beam, you're going to be firing your regular power beam a lot in this game in your standard combat. So that was probably put in to keep people from getting fatigued from having to press the button so much, because Metroid Prime 1 and 2, ooh boy, you had to have a good button mashing thumb for those games if you wanted to use your power beam to its fullest, because boy, you can really hammer out some fire rate. Like, you can fire this thing fast. And the cool thing about the power beam is if you fire it for long enough, your gun actually, your arm cannon smokes a little bit just from the sheer heat of using it. So that's cool. That's a cool little effect. I keep wanting to press the left directional pad to pull up the scan visor. I'm gonna have to retrain that. I wonder if that's where it was in Metroid Prime 2, and that's why I'm thinking of it that way. Anyway, we've got an entrance to the map facility. Got more of these little parasite dudes. And they're showing us the way. They are guiding us. Ventilation tunnel to navigation room. So what we can do here is we could turn into a morph ball and we can squeeze through tight areas. Let's get ourselves a scan. We have a new research entry now. This is a map station. Walk into map station holograms to download a map of the area you're in. This is very handy to have, let me tell you. Especially on your first time playing through this game, you're gonna want the map. So this is the map. You can access this at any time, and you get a full three-dimensional view of the areas that we've been in. And you can see the name of each area that you're highlighted over at the top. You've got a legend over on the left side. So we have some different colors over there that have question marks right now. And we'll get to those much later. We won't be doing anything with those other colors for a while. So basically just get used to looking at the map in 3 dimensions. It can take a little bit of getting used to, but it can definitely be very helpful. You can zoom in and out, rotate around. And what the map station does is it gives us a good chunk of information in the form of these blue rooms. These blue rooms are rooms we haven't been to yet. But it can be really helpful to give you a sense of where things are laid out. Now, I generally have a decent idea of where I'm going for the most part, so it's not until the later, like way later parts of the game that I'm really gonna start needing the map more specifically. But it's always nice to have, just in case. Tallon IV, ground zero, area secure. Crater radiation readings normal. Okay. Frigate exterior, hull stable and fully functional. All sounds good. 2 parasite queen specimens have become volatile on deck beta. All security personnel should report to the biotech research area. Parasite queens, huh? Sounds like fun. Nothing like a parasitic infestation has been detected in the ventilation systems of decks Gamma and Beta. Something tells me that might be where these darn little parasites came from. Little rascals. Ooh. Well, that's fun. I think I'll turn the sensitivity on that up a little bit, because I want to be able to access it pretty quickly. Let's turn it up to like maybe there. I want to make sure it's not too sensitive. Just enough so I can just give it a just a little bit. That can be really handy. Oh, there's a jump button. Never mind. You can use the beam switching button to jump in morph ball mode. Well, that's handy. Never mind then. I'm gonna go turn that back down. I don't remember exactly how low it was, but it was pretty far down. That should be fine. Okay. I'm discovering controls. Alright. Access to deck beta approved. Please step into the hologram. God, the suit looks so good. Platform active. Alright, we're going down. Alrighty. Entrance to deck beta conduit hall. So this is where all the bad stuff was going down, is on deck beta, right? Let's take a look at this. This energy conductor unit has been damaged. Use caution when approaching the arcing electricity. I'd say that's true of life too. Be careful. Be cautious when approaching the arcing electricity. Specimen containment breach on deck beta. All crew report for lockdown. Alright, so we gotta turn to a morph ball, squeeze through here when the timing is right, and perfect. Just pop right on through to the other side. Alright, biotech research area. Oh goody, smashed glass containers. That's always a good sign. You know what else is a good sign? Is hearing footsteps. Look who it is. It's a space pirate with severe internal damage. So you can see on my radar in the upper left that we have some orange dots now. Each of those orange dots represents a single enemy. So we have this guy here, who's just kind of limping along. Put him out of his misery. We have this guy right here. This guy has both of his legs broken, but he would not hesitate to shoot me because space pirates and Samus do not mix at all. Not even slightly. So let's see. Oh, this looks like one of the things that we saw earlier. Low life signs detected. This creature appears to be in a state of stasis hibernation. Okay, good. It means I don't have to deal with it. Specimen cell C, status unknown. Rejection of phazon compound detected. Okay, so keep a note of how often phazon gets involved, because phazon is going to be one of the key components of this game. So remember the term phazon. That's important. Specimen cell A, status hibernation. Transference of phazon batch complete. Specimen cell B, status unknown. Rejection of phazon compound. Parasite egg in pupa stage. Its tough exoskeleton protects it from its mother's acidic embryonic fluid. Acidic embryonic fluid? Jeez. Fluid sacs in the mouth enlarge after mutation. This allows for increased production of corrosive bile. Getting some real alien vibes up in here with just everything in them being corrosive and acidic. After mutation, the carapace of the larva becomes rigid. The carapace is quite resilient, able to resist the attacks of many predators. Combat mutation applications are complete. The primary legs of this creature possess galvanized tips, allowing it to penetrate any known alloy. So, for those who don't know, the space pirates have a good amount of research and development dedicated to combat applications for different things. So basically, it seems like what they're doing here is trying to bioengineer more powerful combative creatures. The coils on this ventilation cap look unstable. Do they now? Fascinating. I will say, for the purposes of this early game, we're not going to need to worry about finding items for a little bit, or, you know, exploring branching paths. This door has been sealed to prevent radiation leaks. Probably a good idea considering those two things broke. But where are their inhabitants? Where are the specimens that were once contained within? Game's telling me how to fire missiles. That's always a good sign when the game tells you how to engage in combat. Ballistics support needed in specimen block F. Good sign. So around this corner, we have an auto turret. Use missiles to break outer casing. So we can fire a missile, and it's gone, baby. And it dropped missile ammunition. This gives us 3 rounds of missile. Alright, one thing I want to note real quick is the charge beam does have a secondary effect. While you're holding a charge with your charge beam, you draw in nearby pickups. And I think the game will teach us this in a little bit. But it is handy to know. If there are items that enemies drop that are a little out of reach, try using the charge beam. You'd be surprised how far away you could pull in some pickups. Especially if you kind of jump toward them a bit, just to close the distance a little bit more. Biohazard containment. Oh boy, here we go. That'll be a fun place. Mutagen Tank 4 Phazon batch. So yeah, they're infusing these things whatever they are with Phazon. This specimen has been horribly mutated. There are no life readings. Yeah. The space pirates aren't exactly known for their ethical standards. Phazon infusion stage 1. Parasite larva diagnostic. Mass 1.2, length 0.5. Cell structure stable. Phazon infusion stage 2. Introducing mutagen into tank. Nice flyby, thank you very much. Phazon batch introduction status complete. Pirate data. We're gonna see a lot of these. This is kind of like what they consider to be the main lore for what's going on in the game, which is why they're red. This gives you more context about like what the space pirates are doing over the course of the whole game. Let's see. Zebus has fallen. All ground personnel are presumed dead, either killed by the hunter clad in metal, Samus, or in the subsequent destruction of the underground facilities. Our research frigates Orpheon, Syriacus, and Volparagon were in orbit at 0 hour and managed to retreat. Frigate Orpheon is now docked at Vortex Outpost. Orpheon's cargo appears to have a 100% survival rate. Metroids are healthy, but on restricted feeding schedules due to uncertain supply status. We are ready to begin research on the Metroids and other promising life forms. Security status remains at Code Blue. No signs of pursuit from the Hunter. Phazon infusion, stage 3. Mutation initiated. Larva status stable. Okay. Auto turret disabled. So that turret over there would have been shooting at us, but because I scanned the environment, we found a scan that allows us to disable the auto turret. So sometimes things that aren't necessarily considered to be critical scans can still be useful. So it is encouraged to get used to using the scan visor, because you never know when it'll come in handy. Phazon infusion stage 4. Larva diagnostic, mass 14.5, length 40.3, cell structure failing. So it was fine until it started to grow. Alright, so here's a parasite larva. You hold on there, Mr. Horror Movie. Take a closer look at that tail. Morphology plasmite, native of Tallon IV. So here's something that's kind of nice. You get a little bit of foreshadowing into what kind of creatures we're gonna see on Tallon IV, because they have specimens of them here, like this plasmite. Alright, what's in the mystery container? This is fun. Specimen solitary holding 1. Phazon level unknown. Status, xenotropic lifeform unstable. Use caution. So these guys are enemies from multiple different Metroid games. You never actually see them in this game, but it's a cool little reference to other Metroid games that they have these hoppers in here. And the game once again reminding you, yeah, scan visor's a pretty cool thing to use. Specimen cell structure failing. Batch 0732.C does not match DNA. Terminating infusion sequence. Oh, will you be quiet in there? I love the way it moves. It's kind of funny. I wonder if that's the same animation. Because that door would not hold. The way it's wiggling around like that, there's no way that that would hold. I'm also not sure you're supposed to be able to see in there quite as much as you can. I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know about that one. Infusion Analysis 10.2. Specimens exhibit incredible strength and body mass increase when exposed to Phazon Batch 0732.C. Okay. Infusion Analysis 12.5. Phazon Batch 0003.H increases the acid production in the saliva ducts of parasite larvae. Cool. They learned how to give it even more corrosive bile. Lovely. Experiment 435.8. Bioform pain tolerance levels at 13% and holding. Testing pain tolerance. Sounds ethical. Biohazard waste removal may begin in 3 hours. Phazon radiation readings must be reported to Deck Commander before batch disposal. Alright. Well, if that's everything. Elevator operational. Let's take the lift up to the next floor. Oh, this guy's having a bit of trouble. Severe internal damage. I'll put you out of your misery. I will have mercy upon you. Ooh. I want to scan my boy over here. Brain hemorrhage detected. Creature's aim will be hindered. Avoid damage by using quick movements. So basically trying to teach you, like, stay moving and you're usually less likely to be hit. Draw that in. Also, get used to seeing stuff like that. The enemies do ragdoll a little bit in this game, but they do get faded out, so it's usually not a big deal. Morphology, Zoomer. I just love that there's an enemy called a Zoomer. Oh, this is before we had the Zoomer generation. This has aged well. I love this. Native of Tallon IV. So these aren't quite the same as gamers from other Metroid games, which look very similar. I assume that these are of a similar species. They're probably like in the same family or something. But that's basically this game's version of the Gamer. I think that's what they're called. Plated parasite larvae. So there's parasite larvae that have armor. That's cool. Specimen solitary holding 2. Phazon level toxic. Status hermetic seal holding. Good. Keep it in there. Here's a war wasp, another Tallon IV native. Oh, I hear some footsteps. This guy seems much better off. Minimal injuries assessed. Use caution, maximum firepower recommended. So this guy, you don't want to mess around. Put on your best Sunday power suit for this one. Okay. Now, back to scanning. There's another war wasp in there. Specimen solitary holding 3. Phazon level normal. Status hermetic seal holding. Good. Good. Solitary holding 4. Toxic Phazon level. but still holding. So we have a few different mutagen tanks. With some different phase-on batches in them. Ooh, boy, that guy was ready for me. Excuse me. Sir, I just want to scan you. I want to assess your injuries before I put you out of your misery. Acid burns have welded the joints of the exoskeleton. Ooh. Yeah, he does look a little biled. He looks like he's been biled on a little bit. Just a little bit. Alright, let's take a scan of this. Ice Shriekbat. Oh yeah, those buddies. Now these guys I think are meant to resemble the ceiling bats from like the classic Metroid games. There'll be bats that hang on the ceiling and then they swoop down to the ground before usually exploding. Solitary holding 5 is empty. I think that's all for here. Let's keep on moving. Cargo freight lift. And a few more scans. Now, I don't remember exactly which scans do or don't count toward the logbook, but for the sake of complete lore immersion, may as well scan everything. Ventilation covers may become superheated if airflow is restricted. Okay, here. Let's see. Security codes on auto turrets are changed every other lunar cycle. And then obstruction detected in reactor ventilation system. Engineering crew report to freight lift corridor immediately. Ventilation covers may become superheated if airflow is restricted. Unusual thermal readings should be reported to the deck engineer on duty. Using improper codes may result in turret activation. Okay, so freight lift superheated could break the duct cover. Nope. So if you don't want to use missiles on these turrets, you can also use a charge beam. These early on machine turrets, you can take them out with a charge beam shot, and that works just as well. So don't be afraid to get a little creative when figuring out how you want to approach combat situations, especially when you have limited resources, because your early on missile count is not super high. So you don't want to be too reliant on whether enemies decide to drop them or not. Space Pirate. Death caused by severe lacerations to the abdomen. Yikes. That's what the inside of a Space Pirate looks like, in case anyone wanted to know. They went through the trouble of giving you a lot of diagrams, which is a really cool detail. Like, how many games go to this level of detail for their lore? Not many. Ah, off to Deck Gamma. Let's go. Let's take a nice little tram car here. Oh, hey buddy. Hang on, I need to scan you. Minimal injuries assessed. Yeah? So yeah, getting used to firing fast is definitely a useful skill to have. Definitely get used to being able to button mash. This one also had lacerations to the abdomen. This device does not seem to be functional. There must be something nearby that will turn it on. Follow the wires. Oh, there we go. Door lock enabled. Please insert metallic sphere to open door. Boy, how convenient. Metallic sphere, huh? A spherical shape would fit into this clamp. Energy now flows through a series of locking mechanisms on the door's surface. An active power line trails away to an open clamp on the floor. That's basically like survival horror hint text, where examining things is like detailed. Pretty nice. Death caused by removal of internal organs. Good stuff. Alright. I'm starting to rethink the 100% scans on the first playthrough thing. I do want to demonstrate it throughout this whole kind of tutorial area though, because we won't be coming back to this. I'm just gonna say it right now. This is an introduction. We won't be coming back to this necessarily, so you may want to use a couple missiles in this room. Here's them teaching you how to draw in pickups, because these guys are too far above the ground for you to just walk to their power-ups. So let's see, this guy. Death caused by acid burns to the face. Cool. Lovely. Death caused by cranial trauma. Dead. Status dead. This creature looked like it struggled to get through this door. Death caused by severe lacerations. Subject looks like it has been partially eaten. Delightful. Boy, this place is just full of great stuff, isn't it? This is a save station. Step in here. And you get to look at how good the suit is, first of all. But you also get to save your game. And it fully replenishes your energy. So if you ever need to heal, save stations are a decent way of doing that if you happen to have one nearby. It will not refill your ammunition though. So if you want to refill your missiles, best look elsewhere. These creatures still contain a heat signature. They have not been here for very long. No life signs detected. Analysis detects large amounts of blood missing from the carcasses. These bodies may have been used for nourishment, pattern consistent with predator behavior. Cutscene time. Alright, so these space pirates haven't been dead for very long, at least the ones in this room. Oh boy. Look who it is. It's a funky little worm. This is our first quote-unquote boss battle. Notice the red scan symbol. This is a parasite queen, parasite female, genetically enhanced by unknown means. A weak spot has been detected in this creature's mouth. Use your auto-targeting to acquire this new target. Scans indicate the presence of a potent mutagen, origins unknown. Creature exhibits the ability to fire weapon-grade blasts of energy from its mouth, a trait not present in the standard parasite genome. It appears the pirates have begun a bioengineering program with considerable results. So they also got this little shield around them. So keep that in mind. So you'd be doing much less damage if you shot the body with the default auto lock. But if you do that scan that we did, we scan it, then you auto target the mouth, which does much more damage. So, good example of scanning being potentially useful for learning how to deal with enemies. They really try to get people used to using the scan visor.
Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately.
Reactor core critical. Evacuate immediately. We get 7 minutes to leave. Time to go. And then all this stuff shows up. The music is great too. Access to deck beta approved. Let's go. Also, the game audio is slightly muffled when you use the scan visor. Let's disable the auto turret. Don't even have to deal with it. Ooh, boy. Hey, buddy. You're not asleep anymore. You're deceased. Creature's incubation period was prematurely terminated. Its shell has not yet fully hardened. Yep. So there is one more combat mechanic that I've been using that hasn't been explained by the game yet. I'll get to that later when we're not in the middle of an escape sequence. Yep, the coils on that ventilation cap were indeed unstable. So hey, remember how they were saying that a whole swarm of these parasite dudes could be a problem? Well, here's a swarm. So basically what you're going to want to do here is, if you want to go through quick, just use the morph ball. Morph ball will get you through nice and quick. And if you need health really badly, just shoot some of them. They drop a bunch of stuff. They don't do very much damage, but it's still a worthwhile endeavor if you really find yourself hurting. There we go. These tunnels are fun looking though. Oh, the parasites. I love the positioning on them too. Like they're just put together in such a way that they're meant to build tension, and it's really well done. Their positioning is great. Try to get some health off of these guys. There we go. And keep on running. Oh goody. You know what's one thing we can't run from is Twitch ads. So bonk. Watch out for moving parts. Thankfully I don't think there are any missable scans hidden in this escape sequence. Alright, real quick, I'm gonna snooze the Twitch ad so that we can get through here. Okay. Welcome to this room. This place looks fun. But you know what's more fun? Ridley's here, and he's looking a little less organic than the last time we saw him. That is Meta Ridley. But no time to worry about that right now. We gotta get out of here. We have grapple points, so we can swing. We can swing like Spider-Man. Before I scan that. Okay. Auto turret disabled. Nice, nice. We love disabling the auto turrets. Access to deck alpha approved. Okay. Let's keep on going. Oof. Back against the wall, though. We lost our sweet shoulder pads. Various suit malfunction. Morph ball malfunction. Missile malfunction. Charge beam malfunction. Grapple beam malfunction. So yeah, all that sweet stuff that we just learned about over the course of this tutorial area, pretty much all of it is gone now. So we need to repressurize the room so we can get out of here. Why is this acting like there's something to scan? There's nothing there. So yeah, that's also a pretty standard trope in several games, is to have some of your abilities at the start, but then whoops, there they go. Have fun getting them back. So we are in hot pursuit of Meta Ridley. Tracking on enemy target has been lost. Ground-based recon required. Begin landing sequence. Coming in. Alrighty. Welcome to the Tallon overworld. We have finally arrived on Tallon IV. New extras unlocked in the main menu. Cool. Yes, I would like to save. Thank you. Now, before we get into all this, just listen to the music for a minute. That music is so good. Music in this game does a really great job of giving that sense of space and isolation that comes with a Metroid Prime game. It's really nice. Alright, I'm gonna let Twitch get its ad out of the way here so that we can start exploring around without having to worry about it. So... oh, wait. Dude, music's so good. Alright. Alright, Twitch. Get your business out of here. Here we go. There it goes. Okay, I'm gonna take a drink of water real quick. Picks up my posture a bit, so I'm not slouching so much. Alrighty, welcome back everyone. So this is where the real game begins. Also remember that you can always come back to your logbook in the menu. You can see your item and logbook percentages, so you can tell how much completion you've done of the game. But look at the rain on the arm cannon. Look at that. Look at the rain on Samus's hand. Pretty nice stuff. Alright. So now we get to explore. If you look under here, you can see something. There's some tangleweed. Plant life with basic sentience. Retracts into ground if threatened. Tangleweeds are only dangerous to small organisms. They're covered in tiny barbs designed to trap potential meals. Tangleweeds lack the strength to do anything more than hinder larger life forms. So basically what that's saying is tangleweed, it won't hurt us, it'll just slow us down. If we get it out of the way a little bit, we can scan... Let me try to scan this thing behind it. If I can. Almost got it. I think it's on purpose meant to not let you scan that. Wonder if we could scan it from the other side better. Yeah, we can scan it from here much better. This is a missile expansion. It increases the number of missiles you can carry by 5. Unfortunately, that sound means we can't turn into a morph ball. That's the sound it makes when you try to turn into a morph ball without having the ability to do so. There's a small tunnel burrowed into this wall. Well, I can't turn into a morph ball to get through there, so there's a couple of things right off the bat that are basically just there to be like, hey, you can't go here yet. What are you thinking? So you can climb up here. It's a little foggy. Like the mist that comes onto your screen whenever you're near like waterfalls like that. Your visor actually like mists up from the water splashing off the rocks. That's a really nice thing. Like, just the immersion of this is really nice. So, you know, if I were a speedrunner for this game, I would probably be cheeky and try to see if I could see if they would left in the ability to get the early space jump boots. But I'm not gonna do that. I want to play through the intended path as much as I can, because I don't want to start trying to break a game that I haven't played properly yet. That's just me. This lichen seems to be giving off low levels of radiation. No matches found in flora and fauna databank. Okay, so new plant life. Cool. Also worth noting, your scan does have a certain effective range. So you do need to be a certain distance away from whatever it is you're wanting to scan to be able to actually scan it. Glowing spider vine. The plant's bioluminescence attracts insects for it to eat. So that's some fun stuff. Just got some new life forms. This is a Tallon fern. A non-toxic variety of Talonensis, commonly found near water sources. Isn't that delightful? So yeah, I'm probably not gonna go through scanning every single little thing the first time through, because believe me, it can take, if the first area is any indication, it could take a while to scan everything. Probably what I'll do is I'll go through on my own after we've played through the whole game, and then just clean up whatever scans are missing. But now we can actually take a proper look at the scan information for our gunship. You can return to your ship to recharge energy, reload weapons, and save progress in the game, so your ship can reload your ammunition. In addition to healing you. In addition to being a save point. So keep that in mind. Ooh, it's rumbly in here. I will be scanning enemies because we're going to be seeing these guys a lot. These guys are beetles. Simple as that. Burrowing insect with a resilient carapace. Extremely aggressive. The insect's massive mouth enables it to tunnel through solid rock at high speeds. Above ground, beetles can cover short distances rapidly. They attack anything that moves near their lair. So with these guys, what you'll see them do is they'll kind of shuffle around. They'll do a couple of shuffles, and then they'll try to lunge at you. Later on, that will be important. So keep in mind that certain enemies have much easier patterns to discern than others. Let's see, how much did that one scan give us? Yeah, just that one scan alone was 3%, I think. That combined with the missile and the ship, I think each one gave us 1%? Something like that? I don't know. These are sap sacs. Chemical reaction within sap produces violent explosion when agitated. Because of its irresistible odor and sweet nectar, the sap sac was nearly eaten out of existence. The evolution of an explosive chemical sac saved it. Now only brave or ingenious creatures dare to devour it. So, if you agitate, it explodes, and yes, that does do damage. So keep that in mind. Up here we have living versions of the zoomer. It's still funny to me, I'm sorry. This guy anchors itself to walls and other surfaces. Avoid contact with spikes. A basic nerve center located directly above the zoomer's mandibles detects nutrients. Sharp spines protect it from casual predators, but the lack of a reinforced carapace makes the zoomer vulnerable to any indirect attacks. Meaning if we were to, say, shoot at it, it couldn't really do anything about it. These guys are blast caps. Volatile chemicals within this weed's toxic fungal cap may explode if agitated. The poisonous flesh of the blast cap helps keep it from being eaten. It also detonates its fungal cap when it senses even slight contact. So basically, think of these guys as living landmines. If you start getting too close to them, they'll start doing this kind of like shaky motion. And if you get too close to them, they will explode and leave a poisonous gas behind for several seconds afterward, which damages you if you walk through it. You can also blast them from a distance, and you can kind of see a little bit of that lingering poison. Not as bad as when they blow themselves up, though. This red orb is large energy. This gives you twice as much as standard. So if you need bigger heals, you can find a red. Also keep in mind, we don't have our charge beam anymore. So we can't draw in power-ups right now. Let's see here. Stone surface this lichen grows on appears too smooth to be natural. So yeah, for some reason, we have, you know, a perfect half-pipe structure here. So you may notice there's like an opening at the top of one side of it. This will be important later. We'll come back to that. But just keep in mind that this kind of thing exists here. Now, these are little red versions of the zoomers. These are gamers. Okay. So I was right on them being gamers. I was a little off on zoomers are actually the enemies and gamers are just like a variant of them. Or is it the other way around? Either way, these are wall-crawling mollusks with retractable spikes. The gamer is an evolutionary offshoot of the zoomer family. When threatened, it extends lethal spikes and retracts its head deep into its armored carapace. So basically, the zoomers just kind of like exist as they are right now, and they don't have any natural defenses aside from, don't touch me. These guys, the gamers, you actually can't shoot them to death. Like, they will not be affected by your standard power beam. So for our current purposes, they are functionally invincible. So we're gonna leave them alone for now. These are elevator rooms. Get used to seeing these. We're gonna be heading up to Chozo Ruins West first. So let's go ahead and head on up. Elevators are still common. Alrighty, we are here. Data received. Abnormal seismic activity detected. Seismic disturbance at ruin site. So if you see one of these little messages pop up, this is the hint system. If you're ever at a loss of where to go, after some time has passed, you'll get one of these little hint pop-ups. And if you open the map, you can see a little indication of where they want you to go. You know, I wish left stick was move and right stick was rotate, but I guess I can understand with the wanting to be compatible with other control types that it would make sense to leave it this way. But what we need to do is there's seismic activity detected in this room called the Hive Totem. You can see there's a gray door over back there, and there's a blue door here. So I generally assume that we're going to need to go through the blue door to get there. Just keep in mind where that is roughly in relation to where we are. So it's directly north of the ruins entrance. Even on the same level, more or less. So if you need the hint system to kind of give you a little nudge in the right direction, no harm in having it on. You can turn it off in the options menu though. Ooh. These are a little less obvious than they were before. But these little watery surfaces here are Chozo lore. So we have two main sources of information when it comes to, you know, log entries in this game. You have the pirate data, which we saw one of on the frigate Orpheon, and the Chozo lore, which we're going to see a lot here. We're on the surface of Tallon IV. Chozo script translated. The history of the Chozo stretches back into ancient times, so far into the fog of the past that we know not where our ancestors came from. One thing is clear, however. The Chozo who colonized Tallon IV made a conscious choice to eschew a civilization of advanced technology. We Chozo chose to live in harmony with nature, guided by the providence of the universe. We believe we will spend peaceful days here and plan to leave our words from time to time. Hence, why these little pools exist. It is nice that it's pretty obvious when you've already scanned them, because the little shimmering effect will fade away after you've scanned it. Welcome to the Chozo Ruins. Let the game begin. And listen to the soundtrack too. The soundtrack just really gives a sense of just ambient isolation. It's really impressive. And very alien sounding too. Just kind of fun. That's the passageway to the shrine. Not gonna worry about that right now. I'm gonna deal with these beetles. So you can see some more missile expansions here. This object rests at the top of a very smooth inclined slope. Very similar to the one that we saw not too long ago. Up there, the ledge of this object rests on cannot be reached from this room. So that can only be accessed from that door from the other side. So we have to find a way to that door up there. We'll get to that later. For now, though, let's take a look at these. These are war wasp hives. Primary war wasp dwelling, only vulnerable to heavy weaponry. War wasps build their homes over existing crevices using whatever materials are close at hand. They carry building fragments back to the construction site with their forelegs and glue them into place with adhesives secreted from their abdomens. These large branches have been forcibly intertwined, forming what looks to be a bridge structure. And that etching resembles a bird-like creature. Fascinating. Take a closer look at that, actually. If I can. Bird-like creature, huh? I wonder if that's like an ancient depiction of Chozo. Definitely could be. Chozo themselves are, you know, bird-like creatures to a certain extent. Alright, so we have a few different ways we could go. There's the passageway to the shrine. Actually, is that an option? It is not an option because there's a blast shield on the door blocking access. And it's invulnerable to beam weapons, though explosive weapons may damage it. So if you try to shoot it with the beam cannon, return to sender. We need something else to open that door. So we could either go up through that door up there, there's a door just right there. Or we could head this way. I believe, based on the map, that this is the correct direction to go. Also, new scan. Scarabs. They are exploding parasites that can embed their bodies in solid rock. Scarabs think nothing of sacrificing themselves for the safety of their swarm. When a hostile life form is sighted, they block its progress by embedding themselves in floors and walls. Embedded scarabs violently self-destruct when threatened. So yeah, they just stick their nose in the ground, and just if you walk into them, it hurts. You'd be surprised how quickly that can tack on the damage if you just walk straight through a whole swarm of them. Unlike the other parasite swarm, those guys were not very threatening damage-wise. The scarabs definitely hit a lot harder. But let's deal with Wall Laser Eye. Ion. Immobile organisms entirely composed of ocular tissue. Capable of launching sustained energy beams when active, the ion is sensitive to light and will close shut if a bright flash ignites nearby. Like that. Just shoot the eyeball, why not? I guess those things are going to be a little tough to aim at, because you can't lock onto them. I'm going to scan the Chozo lore. Many long years have passed since we Chozo first took root in this land. The passage of time has always been a source of fascination to us. It is the belief of many Chozo sages that the truths of the universe hide within the tumbling currents of time's flow. Even as we search for answers there, however, we find illumination in other unexpected places. We know not how the ability has come to us, but recently many Chozo have begun to sense things beyond the realm of ordinary perception. Strange sights and inexplicable sensations flood our minds, filling us with visions. We take this growing ability to be a sign of our burgeoning harmonization with the infinite. Perhaps, finally, the universe's secrets are becoming known to us. Perhaps. Unusually high concentrations of poison identified in tree leaves. Elevated toxicity levels found in tree bark. Scans indicate a poisoned water source within 4 meters of tree base. Okay, so the water's poison around here, so that's great. Also, if you listen to that lake, you can hear that kind of like boah, boah. It's coming from that item up there. So items do make a distinctive sound when you're really close to them. It's just that you're probably not going to be super close to items before you've already, seen them and know where they are. Apparently, this ornate wall hanging with a highly reflective surface does not appear important. Structural weakness detected in sandstone block. Now, note the red text on that. Note the red text on sandstone. There are certain things that once you get a sense of what each of your different items does when you collect them, you'll start to notice some patterns. So sandstone, you can kind of infer from the size of this area that you would need to be a morph ball form to get through here. And what would break sandstone is, since you need to get through here with morph ball, you would need morph ball bombs to break sandstone. So anytime you see the word sandstone like this in the red text and all that, automatically translate that in your brain to morph ball bombs would destroy this. The structural integrity of that metal, however, is stable and there's no flaws detected. And we have ourselves our first encounter with war wasps. These guys can be a little tricky. Airborne insect equipped with a venomous stinger capable of shearing steel. The war wasp rarely strays far from its hive unless it is pursuing an immediate threat. It attacks with no regard for its own survival, dive bombing its enemy with stinger extended. Fast-working toxins from the stinger can incapacitate most small organisms. So keep an eye on these guys. They'll charge you. They'll just straight up charge at you. Oh, I lost that health pickup. Not that it'll matter too much, because there's a save point right here. We'll go ahead and save real quick. Never hurts to take a safety save if you need it. Get out of that room. All water in the area has evaporated. Shows a sculpture. More scarabs. Let's get rid of those guys. The only translatable symbol detected on this sculpture is the word Chozo. Yeah, okay. This petrified organic matter looks like a rock carved into the shape of an eye. Okay. Let's deal with these guys first. They'll buy us a little time. I think they will eventually spawn more from the hive though. So keep that in mind. There will be more coming out of the hive after a while. This small tunnel leads back behind the wall. Width of the opening is approximately 1 meter in diameter. In case you don't know what that means, basically that's large enough for a morph ball to fit through. So there's an item back there somewhere. Also, keep in mind this breakable wall here. Stress points present in Brimstone Wall. A concussive blast may shatter it. So Brimstone, like sandstone, is another one of those correlating weaknesses. Once you know what breaks Brimstone, anytime you see Brimstone highlighted like that in scan text, you can just automatically say, okay, Brimstone, I know what item I need to use to break it then. This is a plasmite. Small insect capable of storing and releasing thermal energy. Plasmites are attracted to sources of heat, thriving on the energy present there. They emit light when hunting and will expel small bursts of thermal energy when threatened. So basically, these guys are like living torches, more or less. They do hurt to touch, but they do provide some light to an area as well. Now you can't scan these boxes, but they are breakable, so there are some breakable boxes that you can find. Also, this water is giving off a warning, environmental hazard warning, because it's just that toxic. You can kind of usher them out of the way with some warning shots, which I don't think I've ever done before. This room looks familiar. This is the hive totem we need to be at, as there is seismic activity detected. Elevated bridge looks worn but functional. Drainage possesses traces of high-level toxins. That item appears it can only be reached by using the elevated bridge. Mechanical device appears to be inactive. Life forms detected within hollows of machine. That's always a good sign. Alright. Well, there's an item over there. I think I'll just go pick it up. Of course it couldn't be that easy. Why would anything be that easy in a Metroid game? Just go pick up the item. Alright. Well, this is the Hive Mecha. Technically our second boss. Security unit programmed to work with predatory hive dwellers. A design flaw makes the shielding on Hive Mecha weak around their access ports. These units are second-generation combat drones able to interface with organic units at a higher level. They train, shelter, and work with hive-dwelling predators. Unarmed, they rely on their hive beasts to handle any threats, which are these guys that are really fast. They're really fast because they're ram war wasps. These guys circle their prey and then strike. They are the only species on Tallon IV to evolve a true hive mind. Nesting in damp, dark places, ram war wasps emerge in small groups when threatened and circle their enemy at high speeds, disorienting it. Striking from all sides as a single intelligence, they can fell huge organisms. You can kinda dodge around them if you jump and or move a certain direction. You can kind of get out of their way. As long as you don't stay dead centered on the platform, you're probably in a better spot. Once you get rid of them though, start shooting at the mouths. So keep an eye on your radar as much as you can, because they'll show you where the enemies are at that moment in time. And that can be hugely helpful in keeping track of where the enemies are and whether they're about to attack you. There's a group of 3. Okay, I can handle that, that's fine. Thankfully these guys only do 5 damage on normal difficulty. But yeah, deal with all those guys. And now it's time to claim our reward. Our missile launcher. So, we got our missiles back. That looks so nice. Missiles can destroy blast shields on doors. New extras unlocked. So if we go over to our secondary items and look at the missile launcher, you can actually see that Samus has notes on each of her pieces of equipment. Missiles fired with a lock-on will seek their targets. Missiles can destroy objects made from radion or brimstone. So Samus will actually tell you in these notes what to use for each type of structural weakness. So that's handy. There are charge combo enhancements scattered throughout the environment. They use the missile launcher and the charge beam in tandem to fire more effective blasts. Each missile expansion increases the number of missiles, maximum missile count by 5. We're already up to 19% logbook entries. Boy, we're doing great. We're already a fifth of the way there. So, these blast shields we can take down. We only have 5 missiles to start with, so keep track of them. Don't get too trigger happy with them. But keep an eye out for other missile expansions. There are plenty to find throughout the whole game. I believe the maximum is the usual 255. It seems to be a staple of Metroid. I think that's the amount. You can carry a lot of missiles if you find all of the expansions. This is an energy tank. Permanently increases your maximum energy capacity by 100 units. Definitely grab this. Your survivability has basically just doubled. Just from that one item alone. Take a look at this. 1 meter in diameter. So we can't do anything here right now because we can't turn into a morph ball. But keep in mind there's like a room and a door back there. So we will likely need to come back here later. And we get some nice little convenient platforms to bring us back over here. Excuse me. Thank you. I like my one missile back, but doesn't seem to want to give it to me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Thank you. Another nice thing about the missiles is that you can use them to destroy war wasp hives. Now, I think they will respawn if you go a certain distance away from the room. Like if you go a certain number of rooms, they'll eventually come back. But if you want to stem the flowing tide of war wasps coming your way, just one well-placed missile to take out the hive, definitely a good idea. Let's open that up and let's open this up. Because this is our first accessible missile expansion. So now we have doubled our capacity for carrying missiles just from that alone. Here we have our map station. This will give us some good information of where do we need to go. Or at least there are some places we can go. So let's see. You got a good amount of area you could cover. Like definitely there's definitely plenty of places to go. Also, you may notice on the left side over at the legend, we now have filled out one of our question marks. The gray colored door areas can be opened with missiles. So with this being gray right here, that's where the blast shield was earlier. So now that we have missiles, we can go open that up. We will need to come back to this room though, so remember this room for once we have the morph ball. Because we will need to come back for that. I wouldn't mind getting some missiles if I can reach them. There we go. Some missiles. It is unfortunate not having the charge beam. I'll just tap the save real quick. Never hurts to grab an extra quick save. Kind of pop through here. Deal with the scarabs. Dropped a lot of stuff, which is nice. Whoa, it's a beetle. I can ignore the other one. I'll deal with these guys real quick. Oop. Never mind, that guy didn't want to be dealt with. Hang on. Just deal with that. Blast shield, grab the missiles. That works out for me. You can see there's a grapple point up here. It's too far away to use though. That tree seems to be weakened due to cellular decomposition. That will be relevant later, I'm pretty sure. But not for a while. Try to use your radar to see where the scarabs are hanging out, if you can. They like to hide around this corner. It can be a bit of a nuisance at times. Alright, welcome to this room. That looks like a morph ball to me. That is a morph ball. That is a magnetic rail system track. Spider ball technology is required to access the track, however. Stonework and sample region has been refined to atypical smoothness. Another half pipe here. Keep that in mind. Also, there's a purple door up there. Now, we don't have any means to deal with purple doors at all. Sandstone wall section. Morph ball bombs are going to be needed there. But there's an item there. It's an important one. Let's go get it. Of course, it couldn't be that easy. We gotta fight some beetles first. But these guys are pretty simple. We've fought them before. The only difference here is that there's more of them. Like, a lot more of them. So try not to get cornered if you can. Get some big rumbles, and this guy looks a little different. This guy is pretty beefy. You want to scan him. Because this is a plated beetle. Well-armored burrowing insect, vulnerable only in the rear abdomen. Creature's thick cranial plating can repel frontal attacks. This gives it an advantage in combat, allowing it to make ramming attacks. Only surfacing when it detects vibrations above, it then maneuvers itself so as to always face its rival, keeping its exposed abdomen protected. So basically, this guy is gonna give you some problems unless you know how to get behind him. One thing you can do to do that is you can dash while you're locked on. If you're moving to the side, you could press your jump button to do a little bit of a side dash, which basically is just you get a short burst of speed to the side that you're moving. So that can help for dodging attacks and also getting behind enemies. It can give you some good angles on enemies if you use it properly. But it is a very useful dodging tool, especially when dealing with ranged attacks. Anything that shoots at you, it's going to be a lot harder to shoot a target that's moving faster. This is Ultra Energy. This replenishes a full energy tank's worth of health in a single golden orb. We didn't take any damage on that guy, so we didn't need it. But now, it's time for us to be the baller that we were meant to be. Because now we have our morph ball once again. And now we have new extras unlocked in the menu. We are back to yellow mode though. We don't have our blue morph ball trail anymore, which is a bit of a bummer. Oh well. At least now we can be in morph ball form, which means we have a pit stop to make. Excuse me, pardon me, coming through. We actually have a couple of pit stops to make. We could go do some things. So here's where, as a player, you kind of get to make some decisions based on what you remember and what you want to prioritize in what order. So if you remember, there was a missile expansion back behind our ship where we landed. We can access that now that we have the ability to turn into a morph ball again. So, as a player, you can decide whether you want to go back for it right now that you have the ability to go get it, or you can wait until you're back in the area again and get it on like a return trip, because you will come back through certain places several times. This is one of those areas where you're going to be coming back to a decent amount. So it's not super critical that you come get this right now, but I want to have it. I like the idea of having some more missiles to work with, so I figure I come grab it now. May as well save at the ship since we're here. And take care of that. There we go. Alright, I don't think there's really too much else that we need to do over here right now. I'm trying to remember where we need to go and in what order we need to go there. Because like I said, I'm mostly familiar with Metroid Prime 2. So my memory of what order you need to go to places in this game is not quite as strong. Or I guess more accurately, it's not nearly as strong. So prepare for me to get potentially lost here in this one, because Metroid Prime 2, I wouldn't get lost because I know where I need to go. This game, I might get a little lost. But that's also part of the experience. Take that health, thank you. Alright, so we have... The reason I wanted to go back and get that missile expansion near the ship right away was because I think we just keep going this way. When I go down here, I think I might just keep going this way. Unless the way I need to go, I think I actually know the way I need to go. But basically, we're gonna be in Chozo Ruins for a while still. So I wanted to go get the thing from the ship while it's still somewhat nearby and accessible. But remember, we also had the Morph Ball tunnel over here that we want to engage with. Excuse me, what are you? Oh, there was a Warwasp behind me somehow. Not sure how it got there. Oh, okay. I forgot one key critical component to the whole morph ball thing. The spring ball? We'll need to come back to this later, basically. The spring ball kind of like shortcut only opens up once you have the Morph Ball bombed. Because basically they want to make sure that you have the ability to get yourself up to higher elevations before they give you the easier way of being able to do that, basically. So until we get the Morph Ball bombs, we still can't do anything there. So we'll go this way instead. Hello, friends. I'll just walk through a bunch of you, grab all the health pickups. All right, we need to go up here. And definitely don't worry about fighting every enemy in an area, especially if you could just walk past them like I did there. You are not obligated to fight every enemy. You can just ignore enemies in a lot of circumstances. That is what we needed the Morph Ball for. You know, there's just no winning with these guys. I don't even know where this extra swarm came from. But just slide through here. And welcome to this room. Try not to kill the plasmites. They're basically the only way you can actually see anything in this room. So give them space and appreciate their existence, because they are helping you to see where you're going. Fountain choked by overgrowth. Toxin levels are high. Alright, we got more Chozo lore. The lore. The surges of negative energy brought by the meteor far exceed our expectation. We Chozo have yet to find a way to rid ourselves of the great poison. All we can do now is seal it away and wait for the day when a power to purify the poison appears. However, it is already impossible to collect all the pieces of the great poison, as it has already spread, seeping into the planet and hardening. Good stuff. Alright, I believe this way we can't go through yet. So we need to go to the left. Over this way. Don't fall in the water, it's toxic water. Hello, shriek bats. Territorial ceiling dweller. Body temperature peaks at 121 degrees centigrade. Shriek bats have high internal temperature, making them easy to spot with thermal imaging. They roost on cave ceilings while hunting for small prey. Fiercely territorial, they dive bomb anything that wanders near. Just like that. And they just explode on contact. So, rip to them, I guess. Vast portions of trees' cellular structure have been consumed by toxins distributed through source water. Oh, these guys are fun. More eyeball creatures. Reaper Vine. Powerful rock-dwelling tentacle. A single eye upon the Reaper Vine keeps a constant vigil, but its vision is limited to 10 meters. A scythe-like appendage on its tip is honed to lethal sharpness. The Reaper Vine will swing this blade wildly at anything that enters its zone of perception. Yeah, these guys... These guys will just start swinging if you get too close. So what you need to do is, like the walleyes, you gotta give them a quick pop in the eyeball to get through. Now these, analysis suggests the presence of a runic symbol here. I wanted to scan the plants, because those are technically new plants. This runic symbol has been activated. 4 runic symbols in this room must be activated. But yeah, this like plant that's here, it looks like tangleweed, but it's poisonous tangleweed. So if you walk through it, you'll actually start taking a little bit of poison damage over time. As long as you're like in it. So keep that in mind. Some more sandstone blocks over there. Walls appear to have been constructed with extreme delicacy around tree limbs. That's good, they were about preserving nature after all, so... So with sandstone blocks, that means we can't go through there right now. So we have one other option. Blast shield door. Over this way. Get some steam on the visor. It's a cool little effect, I do like it. Alright, we got more shriek bats over there. Thankfully they're not too difficult to deal with. Wish I could grab the missiles, but that's fine. Ooh. One thing that's also pretty nice is with particularly bright flashes that happen in front of you, you might be able to briefly see Samus's face reflected as if it were, you know, being illuminated through the visor and then reflecting off of the interior of the visor. So if there's a particularly bright flash of light somewhere pretty close to in front of you, you might actually catch a glimpse of Samus's face reflected in the visor, which is a really cool effect. I love that level of detail. Alright, now I have to try to remember where we're going in here. I think we just head straight through for now. So straight over this way. Some more shriek bats. Deal with those guys. Now, does this wall look familiar to you? Because it looks like the brimstone wall that we saw before. That one didn't have a scan, but if you could hear the item sound, you hear the sound the item makes? That can give you a hint that there's something to look for nearby. Also, not sure if you caught the reflection on Samus's visor when we shot that wall. So... it happens pretty frequently with missiles because they do give off a lot of light when they detonate. Let's see, we've got runic symbols. 4 runic symbols in this room must be activated. So there are a couple of rooms here where you have to find these 4 symbols and that'll open a gate. This is one of those rooms. We passed through one earlier with the big tree. So let's see. Roots originate over walls. No decomposition detected. Host plant appears to thrive on toxic water. That's great. Good for it. I don't thrive on toxic water. I also don't thrive on being thrown about. So that's why it's always good to check your corners and check for these little wall holes. You never know when one of those little Reaper tentacles is gonna show up and just mess up your day. Here's runic symbol number 2. I hear an item up there. Excuse me. Alright, now we got to head up here. Let's see. We got this guy here. And that guy there. Oops, forgot you were there. Well, I forgot this symbol was here as well, so good thing I came back down, I guess. Oh, is it Twitch ad time? Oh boy, I wonder when it will start. Who knows? It just says ad starting soon. We'll see when that happens. But we got a runic symbol. There it goes, okay. Gives me a second to drink some water, fix my posture. Oh, I'm slouching again. Ugh. Stretch. Oh, stretch. Oh, stretch. Stretchy stretch is good. Hello everyone, welcome back. I'm just taking a little moment to stretch my arms out. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Alrighty. Back in, let's go. We got 3 symbols at this point, because that's the third one. I believe there's one more right at the gate. Excuse me. Pardon me. Yep, and the 4th one is right over there. Matching symbols within this room must be scanned to gain access here. That's the 4th one there. And that reveals the 5th rune, which, if we scan, unlocks the gate. And there it goes. I don't remember the gate being that quick. I don't know if that's a new change. Unidentifiable obstruction, approximately 1 meter wide, blocks the hole. Cool. That down there is the charge beam. And we have some Chozo lore. Disaster struck suddenly. We had a vague, dark foreboding, and it became truth. A meteor appeared from nowhere, casting a dark shadow of debris over the land with the violence of its impact. Its destructive force spent, the fallen star burned itself out rapidly, and the incident should have faded into memory. But the meteor brought with it corruption. Metroid Prime 3 corruption? A great poison burst forth into the land, a strange energy that clawed at natural life with a ferocity. That strange negative energy emitted from the meteor expanded to encompass Tallon IV in a night, as a spider weaves a web. Alright, charge beam. Look at it. So wiggly. It's just wobble from side to side. Alrighty. Charge beam acquired. We can finally draw in power-ups from far away. And new extras unlocked in the main menu. So yeah, these wall eyes. That's a lot of lasers. Wonder if there's a way we could deal with them. Turns out, you can. Just give them a little bit of the old charge beam, and you can just take them out of the picture entirely. Also, keep this in mind. We're gonna need to come back here with the morph ball bombs. So I like to just generally walk around with a charge beam ready, in case you come across any difficulties. It's also great for clearing out groups of weak enemies, like these shriek bats. And then you could draw in their power-ups, which is really nice. Okay, we have charge beam. I don't know that that really does anything for me specifically. At least nothing here. Nothing that we've already passed can really be dealt with oh wait. I think I might be crazy. I need to go back. Because it didn't identify any specific weakness in that obstruction in the wall. It didn't specify sandstone. And since we know from the tutorial that it is possible to break things like this, like these eyeballs, with the charge beam. Okay, just wanted to make sure. I think that is sandstone then. Wrong button. I don't know what game I've been playing recently where that would be my jump button, but some sort of muscle memory kicked in there. Wasn't for this game though. Just kind of work around those guys. Okay, never mind. We'll go up in the gathering hall room over here. We'll go up if we can. I'm trying to think if there's any reason. I'm trying to think what charge beam actually does for us. Because charge beam isn't really used much as like a key, I guess, to open doors or anything like that. It's mostly used as damage. Oh, I love the sparks. That's new. Whenever you would roll against walls like this, in the GameCube version, you just roll. In the original game, you just roll. There's no interaction with the environment besides just being redirected. But now we get metal sparks. That's cool. Just jump across here. All right. More shriek bats. Seems fine. There's sandstone blocks there. Deal with these guys real quick. Now that door has a lock system engaged on it. We have to secure the area to unlock the door. And that means we're gonna need to do some things in this room that I don't think we can do yet. Inactive platform lift. A lot of inactive platform lifts under the water here. So, we're not gonna be able to get through that door yet. So, let's explore some of these tunnels. We have this fun looking fellow. A stone toad. Preys on creatures smaller than itself, vulnerable only from within. A stone toad is able to remain still for days. It preys upon creatures smaller than itself, inhaling them whole. Anything it finds undigestible, it regurgitates. Stone toads use their tusks as a last resort in combat. Ooh, 25% of the logbook already. Okay, so stone toad. I always thought that these guys looked like they have mustaches. I say these guys, I'm pretty sure this is one of 2 areas that you actually see stone toads. So let's go through here. Just a nice little in-between area. So now we can't get back out because we have no way of getting ourselves back up into that morph ball tunnel. So we're stuck down here. And that can only mean one thing. Point of no return. Boss room. This is the incinerator drone, programmed for high temperature waste disposal. Device schematics indicate a high risk of malfunction when internal power core is damaged. Unit has minimal combat programming but can defend itself when necessary. This drone's intense heat blasts compensate for its lack of battle prowess. So it's not very skilled, but it can hit hard. So keep that in mind. We also have a hive here. Primary barbed war wasp dwelling. An extremely durable wasp hive can only be destroyed by direct exposure to fire from below. Huh. We have an incinerator right below something that can only be destroyed by direct exposure to fire. Those fire jets look really cool, by the way. Those look really neat. That is its internal power core. Damage it enough, and we'll start getting some, we'll start damaging the hive enough for these guys to come out and start dealing with us. Barbed war wasps. So 3 different variations of war wasps. Airborne insect with the ability to launch its stinger at prey. A highly aggressive member of the war wasp family, this insect can propel the tip of its stinger up to 20 meters. The stinger tips regrow seconds after launch and contain an acidic compound designed to pre-digest prey. So these guys can shoot at you. Whereas the other war wasps have been about, directly ramming you. These guys can actually take you on from a distance. Alright, one thing to note about using your uncharged power beam shots versus using a charge beam is the charge beam shot does take a little time to travel to its final landing point. So keep in mind that it's going to take longer for a charge beam shot to reach its final target than it would take for standard shots to reach their target. Just a little something to keep in mind. Also, if you're playing this game for the first time and you're trying to go for all scans at certain points, I hope you're scanning the bosses before you kill them. Because bosses, you're not going to see again until you play through the game again. So, make sure you scan the bosses before you finish them off. And those war wasps are specific to these bosses, so make sure you scan those too. But hey golly gosh, I think we got ourselves some morph ball bombs. So now we can get some elevation and we can break sandstone. So now we've got a bunch of things we need to go do. And we also unlock some new extras. That's always fun. We can grab ourselves a missile expansion, real simple. We can blow up crates with it too, which is nice. Now, one thing I didn't touch upon with the morph ball is below our health bar at the top there, you can see these 3 kind of hexagonal icons. Those are your morph ball bombs. You can only set down 3 at a time, and then they take a few seconds to recharge back to the full amount. So basically what that does is it makes it so you can't just infinite bomb jump your way to any height you want to. You can only lay down 3 bombs at a time. So this guy, you can take out with some morph ball bombs once he inhales you. Pretty convenient.
Recording to logbook.
That is really cleverly designed though. Now that I think about it, because you come out of that morph ball tunnel, you see the shriek bats, you're in morph ball form, so you don't really have a lot of time to switch back to your standing form to unmorph. So you see an opening to your left, your inclination's going to be to go to the left, the stone toad's going to inhale you, you likely will panic a little bit and try to use the bombs, I guess. You'll try to use them to attack, and that's how you find out that the stone toad can be taken out with morph ball bombs from the inside. Good design. Very good design. And you wouldn't necessarily think about it unless you kind of knew to look for that sort of thing in the game design. Like, I don't know how many people would actually think about that being an intentionally orchestrated series of events. It's interesting to think about, though. But that gave us access to this room where we have a standard morph ball slot. Inserting the morph ball and detonating a bomb will usually cause these slots to send electrical impulses that can activate different types of devices. Such as this device that should operate once power has been restored. So what we're going to have here is our first timed puzzle. I say puzzle kind of like generously. Basically the puzzle is figure out where you need to go. Just like get between point A and point B quickly enough. That little like dun 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 dun, that sound is basically saying, hey, you're on a timer. Just keep that in mind. So now we need to go up here. Across over here, avoid the shriek bats. Go up here. Activate this bomb slot. Power up our third little generator here. And that gives us access to this door. And no more timer. So we're all good. This machine is now fully functional. So now we can keep moving forward. Just head on up here. And keep on going. Now we could backtrack now that we have the morph ball bombs. We could backtrack and get some more items. But for now, I think I want to just take a little peek over in the furnace area here. Because there's a nice little energy tank we can grab here. And there's nothing else we can do here right now. We won't be back here until after we get the spider ball, because we got our magnetic track here. Unable to access magnetic rail system. Spider ball augmentation required. I like that the game actually tells you that. So you're not just like, oh, what do I need here? It does give you some detail of what you need for certain things. So now we can blow this open. Boink. Go through here. And we don't have to deal with the eyes. Just a nice little shortcut tunnel, nothing too crazy. Deal with those guys. Alright, let's see. I hear an item very close by. Luminescent crystals or cylinders functioning at 80%. Now up here, there's structural weaknesses detected throughout the sandstone wall. But unfortunately, our jump is not high enough to reach that. And neither is our morph ball bomb jumping. We'll need to come back here later to get that missile expansion. So for now, just remember it's there. Not much we can do about it right now. I'm gonna save real quick and then we'll check out the sandstone wall that's back in that room where we got the charge beam. So yeah, basically what you can do is you can either clear things out kind of like by area. So you can really choose when you want to clear items out. I tend to prefer kind of doing it when I get the item I need to be able to actually open certain areas and it's conveniently located enough. Like I don't have to go super far out of my way to get to it. I'll usually go for it. Like the fact that we're just right here, we don't have to go very far to check this out. Totally fine for me to just go in here and pop this open. Where does this lead, by the way? No harm in going through and checking this out. Ah, looks like a room that I need the spider ball for. Okay, there's some lumite up. There's a plasmite, rather. Floor ventilation fans still functional despite multiple failed electrical connections. Let's see, moderate mechanical activity. Metal structure. Sufficient blast trauma will likely result in complete destruction. Sounds good to me. Grab ourselves another missile expansion. And there is another item in this room, but we need the spider ball to get to it, so we get... The rooms like that are kind of interesting. You can get to them pretty early and get, you know, partial reward for being there, but there's still more to get later. So we'll be coming back there later. Kind of clear this out a little bit. Deal with you. Grab some health. Go around those guys. Okay. So now we do have a bit of a choice. Do we want to go directly to the where we need to go, or do we want to backtrack a little bit to get more items? I tend to like to backtrack a little bit. We don't have to go too far. But there is a certain couple of places I want to go to real quick. And we'll be passing through the room that we need to go to anyway. This room we'll need to come back to, because we need to work our way to the top of this room, I believe. Now that we have morph ball bombs, we can actually get through those sandstone blocks there. We'll do that in just a little bit. Excuse me. Just passing through. Can't remember. I'm curious. I just want to see what's in this room real quick. Can't quite remember where this goes. I'm just gonna go check this out real quick. Ah, intense heat readings detected behind this door. That means don't go there. We're gonna need to come back once we have a bit of a different suit. Because our current suit, our standard power suit, is not heat resistant. Not for those intense heat readings, at least. Kind of roll through. Rolling through can help you to kind of get past these guys without too much of a problem. Okay, so now that we have morph ball bombs, I want to go... Well, here is one spot I want to go. Because if you remember, in this room where we got the morph ball to begin with, there was a sandstone block over here. And we can go get ourselves a nice little missile expansion. So now we're starting to pick up a little bit on the... Oh! Oh! They made it in the room. They've breached the perimeter. I didn't know they could come in here. Ah. Can I hit him? There we go. I didn't realize those guys could come in here. But hey, we got another missile expansion, so that's cool. We like missile expansions. Look at that, we're already up to 35 missiles. And we should be able to make it 40 in just a second here. Let's go through here. Yep, okay. You just kind of slide through here, bounce up at the end. All right, so what I'm gonna need to do, well, I guess what I should do is get rid of these hives real quick. All right, beetles, where you at, buddies? Need you guys to get out of the way. So what I need to do is I need to go up here, blow this up. That'll lower the metal block out of the way. And then I can go in here. And we can get ourselves a nifty missile expansion. Make that 40 missiles that we can carry. We're already starting to expand our arsenal pretty heavily here. Then we also have this room, where we can just slide back here, grab another missile expansion. It's just that simple. I don't think there's anything else. Maybe there is. I'll explore where that... I don't remember where that morph ball tunnel goes. Let's deal with this guy. Oh, I missed my jump. Hold on. There's a lot of wasps in here. Excuse me. usher them out of the way here. My hops aren't that good. Man, movement in this game is gonna get even better once I get the space jump boots. It's gonna be huge. Alright, I can't remember what's back here. Since we're close, I'm just gonna go check it out. Okay. Where does this go? Magmore Caverns North. I definitely don't want to go there yet. And this is more magnetic rail system. This has 4 runic symbols on its surface. This is cordite. That wall hanging is made out of cordite. We can't do anything about cordite right now. Another room here. I can't remember exactly where all these rooms lead. So I'm just taking a second to explore some of them. Ah, I'm glad I came this way. Because now, not only do we not have to backtrack, but we also get some more items. These metal grates block entry to the center of the room. There's some lore over here. We like lore. We love lore. Give me some more lore. The future is a vague thing, ever-changing and always in doubt. Even if we Chozo could gain the ability to foresee the future, it would be a hollow gift, where we could never hope to control what has yet to occur. The fountain is an example of this. The day may come when its water dries up, and there is nothing we could do to stop such a tragedy. But we do know this. Unlike the uncertain flow of water, the power of our will is strong and enduring. The will of the Chozo will never run dry. And that's good. Can you imagine dry will? Oof. This sounds awful. Alright. So here we have the first of 3 locking mechanisms that seal the gate. The lock is active, but its key slot is sealed by a weak metal grating. Same is true of the second one. The third one's key slot is open, however. That's for good reason. So we need to break the grating, go inside, activate the slot. That'll release the first lock. We need to break the second one, second grating, power it up. And then bomb jump up to the third one. Now I could also use like just a regular jump, like a spring ball jump and then a bomb at the top of the jump, but timing the bombs just feels more intuitive to me. So we get ourselves yet another missile expansion. We're already up to 50. We can hold 50 missiles now. We can hold 10 times as many missiles as when we started, when we got our missile launcher back. We've got some nice little gold deposits in here. Now, for anyone who hasn't played this before, make sure that you've done everything you want to do before you go through this door. If you want to like do anything with the vault or Magmore Caverns North or any of that sort of stuff. Because once you go through this door, if the door hasn't already closed behind you, which I think there's like a speedrun trick that involves getting that energy tank and then backing out through the door again because it's still open. But if you let it close, it is permanently locked because it can only be opened from the other side. So you would have to go all the way back around again if you wanted to get back to that room. So keep that in mind. And also you can't reach that door from this room anyway. So basically you're just completely shut out at that point. But because we did that nice little loop, we don't have to backtrack, because it just drops us right back here. Now, I can't think of anything right off the bat that I'd want to go do elsewhere. I think we've already gotten all the items that I can remember off the top of my head. So now, let's go ahead and tackle the room that we actually need to get through, the big tree room. Bless, hello, welcome on in. It has been a while. I've kind of accidentally shifted to doing streams every other week, just because that's what I've been feeling in terms of pacing. But hello, welcome on in. How are you doing, Bless? Oh, hang on, before I do this, I should get rid of this hive and get these guys out of here so that they don't interrupt me, because they will. They will definitely do that. Okay, let's get rid of that hive too. Oh, there you are. Hi. Showed up out of nowhere. Okay. Warm sunshine, taking advantage of that. Oh, nice. I mean, I can see the sun too, but it's definitely cold air temperature here, so I'm not too keen on going outside right now. New creatures entry. This is venom weed. It's like tangleweed, but venomous or poisonous. Because I guess venom weed sounds cooler than poison weed. Venom weeds evolved to thrive in the habitats of large organisms. They lure prey with brightly colored leaves, then detain it with tiny barbs that deliver a powerful toxin. Venom weeds rapidly decompose anything that succumbs in their midst. So get rid of them before you go through. Yeah, this looks great. This game is gorgeous. Gorgeous. It's fantastic, but hello, Jay. Welcome on in. Let me get the shout outs going here so I can keep that in practice. Because I should do that. I should do that thing. So, as far as whether this is a first playthrough of the remastered version, yes. Of the game itself, no. It's been a long time since I've played through this the whole way through, and I think I've only played through the entire game once, because Metroid Prime 2 was the Prime game that I ended up playing a lot more, just for whatever reason. But I do have some level of familiarity with mainly the first half of the game, I'd say. So up to this point, pretty smooth sailing so far. I've been able to just appreciate and enjoy the visual changes to things, because my goodness, this is just look at the suit. Look at the suit. Look at that shine. Look at that shine. Look at that. Look at the cannon glowing with energy. You can see the spiraling in there. Just looks so good. Just wait till we get our shoulder pads back. So here's one of our runic symbols. Played twice, once on GameCube and then another on Wii. Yeah, I think I've played through on GameCube, but I definitely beat Metroid Prime 2 before I ever beat the first game. So I think there was a certain point in here in this game where I just kind of got lost or something, and I just never. I think I was too young at the time to really like fully wrap my head around, oh, where am I supposed to go? What am I supposed to do? I'm trying to remember right now where these runic symbols are. There was one at the top. Oh, I don't need your hint right now. I'm just gonna ignore the main source of toxins and ruins detected because I know where that is. There you are. There's a runic symbol. There's a runic symbol. Okay. There we go. Going for the physical copy, I feel obligated for some reason. Yeah, I mean, to each their own. I was definitely not going to be patient enough. I wanted to play this right away, because it's like, now that I can actually see myself getting through the whole game, and just seeing the sheer visual fidelity of this, especially compared to the GameCube graphics of the time, this goes beyond a glow up. This is like serious overhaul territory. There's more venom weed here, combined with the Reaper tentacles. Those are fine. But yeah, looking at this game makes me wonder if we ever get a Metroid Prime 2 remaster like this. I'm gonna freak out. Like, I will actually lose my mind if we do that. Like, if we get a Metroid Prime 2 remaster. Oh. And the sounds are nice. I'm gonna get rid of this real quick. It's like literally the next room. I was like, no, the toxin source has been detected. It's the room you're going to right now. But it's not just that they made they made like the same textures look better. I think they changed some of the visuals too. It's like the doors are pretty obvious to tell that they're different if you've ever played the original versions of the game. But like the charge beam's got a different look to it as well. The reticle at the center of the screen is very much like the trilogy version of the game with the aiming cursor. And I think I don't know how much you want me to say about the game, because I don't know how much you're trying to like save for yourself when you're able to play it. But look at Flagra. Look at it. Oh, look at the pedals. Oh, look at you. Look at you. You have so much detail. I need to scan you. Scan while attempting to dodge. Look at that face. That is the face of death. Yeah, I'm dodging the looks you have. I can totally understand. I'm sorry. But yeah. The archive will be up for sure. And I'm gonna be documenting every piece of this. Because I'm playing through the whole thing. And then whether on my own time or on another follow-up stream, I do want to get all items, all scans, if possible. So I want to 100% this. But here we have Flagre. This mutant plant is the source of toxic water in the ruins. Flagre's growth cycle has been radically accelerated. As a result, it requires near constant exposure to solar energy to remain active. This exposure has made Flagre's outer shell thick and durable. Its lower root system is unprotected and vulnerable, however. Exploit this flaw when possible. Concentrated weapon fire can daze it for short periods. Don't forget to scan the vines. One of Flagre's tentacles fills this narrow drainage channel. Don't forget to scan that. That is a missable scan. Alright, so we need to get these mirrors moved. And once it's considered inactive, we gain access to a Morph Ball bomb slot, which damages the root system, sets the thing on fire, and it shrinks back down. But then 2 mirrors come down, and oh boy, he's back to full size. So yeah, the concentrated weapon fire temporarily dazing them, very important. Also, don't be afraid to use your combat dodge to get from one side of the arena to the other more quickly. It is very, very useful to do so. Alright. Take our bomb slot here, set the plant on fire again. I do like that they still kept the red effect. That is good. 2 mirrors come down, and then a 3rd mirror. Why not? Oh, don't try to block my way. You're just being silly. Probably the best way to get these mirrors to go up, just give them one solid charge beam shot. And then set it on fire again. Fire to the plant. I'm sure the Chozo would understand. This is the thing poisoning the water. So it needs to be dealt with. But now we have to deal with all 4 mirrors. Who said that bosses needed to work in threes? We got ourselves a good case of the 4s in this game. You know what else would be a great 4 is Metroid Prime 4. Wouldn't that be cool too? I'm still excited to see whenever that happens. Boink! Alright, that's 4 mirrors. And we are done here. Gone. Goodbye. You were very pretty while you were here, but we kind of need the clean water back. So now that we've defeated Flagre, the water is no longer toxic. And as a side benefit, we have our Varia suit. We can get our big fat shoulder pads back. We can be footballer once again. That looks so nice. Oh, I love the updated face. They made Samus's face look really good. It has more polygons. We're back. The big shoulder pads have returned. Dangerous areas of heat are now accessible. And we get new extras. Because why not? We like our new extras. How is the skating coming along? Still don't have a board yet, but that is the last piece of things that I need. Everything else I have. I just need the actual, you know, the deck itself. And then attach all the hardware to it. And yeah, at that point, it should be all set. Toxin scans negative. Water is free of poison. So now we can actually wade around in here. Which is how we get across. I'm looking forward to skating as well. It kind of works out because with it being so cold so frequently here, I don't necessarily want to be learning how to skate in, you know, below freezing weather. So in a certain way, I'm eager to get out and start learning, but at the same time, the weather is not super great for starting to learn for the first time, but it'll happen when it happens. I'm excited for it either way. Pulse Bambu. Life form of raw energy. Periodically releases explosive segments. Pulse Bambus are energy beings invulnerable to most known weapons. Electrical energy can harm them, however. They lack any intelligence beyond an instinctive attraction to other charged energy sources. Pulse Bambus produce energy constantly. All excess energy is shed, regardless of who or what may be nearby. So basically, they just exist here and drop full segments every once in a while. So they're cool. But if you charge your charge beam, they start coming toward it because they're attracted to charged sources of energy. I just love the way they look when they're doing that though. They look like a little face. They're like, oh, give me some of that energy. Oh, I want it, buddy. I'm feeling the charge. You get one with some cool art. It's actually one where my dad used to do more skating when he was younger, and he actually had a board that he was willing to send over to me. So I was like, yeah, that's really nice of him. And he helped me with figuring out and just double checking that I was ordering all like the right hardware and stuff. Just because it's my first time looking through that sort of thing. So I wanted to consult him because he has experience with it. So let me double check actually. Do I still have... I think I might still have the page for it here. I don't know how much it matters to you, like what specific board it is. But for those who want to know, it's the Powell Peralta Ray Barbie Hydrant reissue skateboard. So it's not like it's not one of the I guess they're called like popsicle stick shapes. It's the hydrant shape, so it's got more of like a flat based tail and then a pointed nose. But like it'll be interesting to try out. It's a little bit of a bigger board, which I think will be good for me. I'm not having to worry about balancing on something too small. It's a little bit larger than the standard popsicle stick. I feel like there's gotta be some better way to refer to that shape, but it's what it looks like. But yeah. So all that's left basically is just get the deck sent over and then just attach all the hardware to it basically. So I've got everything here. It's just the board. But I'm definitely not in a super big hurry for it or anything, like I said, because of the weather. So anyway, back to Metroid Prime stuff. Before I get too far off track with it. Now that we have a heat-resisting suit, we could go to a place called Magmoor Caverns. We have our elevator that we've been led to right here. We actually passed through here before, because we went through there to get to the vault, where we did our little bit of bomb jumping. But we didn't want to go there, we didn't want to go here just yet, because we didn't have our heat resistance. But now we do. So let's just head on down. Boink. Now you don't take fall damage in this game, but Samus does have to kind of recover after a large distance fall like that. Don't miss the save point on your left as you come in. If you're not familiar with this area, having a save point right here is definitely a blessing. So if you thought platforming around poison water was bad, this place just kicks it up a notch even further because we've got lava! Welcome to Magmoor Caverns. In case the similarity to the word magma didn't tip you off, this area is intense heat and lava. This here is a Grisby, a subvolcanic carrion feeder. Carapace can be breached by missiles. The Grisby's carapace has been fused together by superheated air. This barrier stands up to everything but concussive blasts. Its intelligence is limited to instinctive scavenging patterns, which I am fine just totally ignoring. So we got some fire jets here. Not a big deal. Ow. I don't want to hurt the Grisbys though. Now these guys I have no problem hurting because these burrowers are kind of annoying. They're tunneling insect predators, similar to the beetle, though it spends more time underground. It seeks seismic disturbances, then surfaces to attack. It has enough cunning to realize when something is too large for it to handle. Beyond that, it is fairly ignorant. What it lacks in brains, it makes up for with aggression. So basically, instead of the beetle, like the beetle, it burrows around, but instead of just straight up confronting you, it likes to pop out of the ground and try to spit things at you. So, you know, pretty rude, dude. That ominous music, though. Now, before we kick into the cool music that should be familiar to even to people who haven't played this game specifically, but some other Metroids have this same song, just a little different. Before we get there, Twitch is going to run an ad, so let's get that out of the way, shall we? Ooh, 32% logbook entries and 17% item collection. We'll keep an eye on that as we continue. But let's let Twitch get its ad running out of the way real quick, so that we can continue throughout the Magmoor Caverns uninterrupted. So we'll be right back. And drink some water too. Ooh. Alrighty, let's see here. Let me think, is there anything else that we should cover? I don't know why some of these are blue, but other ones aren't. Like the power suit is just... That one's listed orange, but these are blue. Is it big? I don't know, because those are blue too. I don't know. I don't know why some of those are blue and some are orange, but anyway. Welcome to some of the best music in the entire game. Some of those memorable for sure. And that is a magmor, the thing that the caverns are named after. Fire-breathing serpent that dwells in lava. Magmors prefer extreme heat zones and are susceptible to frigid attack forms. Sightless, they navigate the lava currents using their sonar receptors. Magmors have a keen sense of smell, enabling them to pinpoint targets with startling accuracy. And when you defeat them, for some reason defeating them takes their head clean off. Heck if I know why, but it does. Now these guys are puffers, unstable gas-filled organisms that will rupture on contact. Puffers fill their bodies with lethal metavibrium gas, whatever that is, and float about in search of food. If ruptured, the gas within the puffer is violently released. Despite their fragile bodies, puffers are aggressive hunters. The gas cloud they release upon death is often fatal to the creature that brings them down as well. So these guys, even if you do take them out, they're gonna leave behind some gas clouds, worse than the blast caps do. Because the blast caps didn't seem to leave behind the gas clouds when you took them out from a distance. They mainly ruptured if you got too close to them. These guys, you can see the gas cloud kind of lingers for a while. And I'm not going to equate it to anything else. Now that there is a grapple point. But we don't have the grapple beam because it was damaged in the explosion on the research frigate and cannot currently be used. So that's basically just a little bit quicker way of getting through the room. Excuse me? Magmor, huh? A couple of charge beam shots take care of that. And I believe we will be coming back to this room for a specific reason later. But right now, that reason is not even made remotely obvious. But we do have a sandstone wall here. So, just take care of that real quick. And another one on the other side. There's another one over there. So yeah, the grapple points are basically, once you have the grapple beam, they just make moving through these rooms a little bit smoother. It's nothing crazy. But it does just make getting through here a little bit smoother. Now these guys are fun little grublins. These are Triclops, hard-shelled creature with powerful jaws. Triclops is a hunter-gatherer. It collects small creatures and bits of foodstuff, then deposits them elsewhere for later consumption. The hard tripartite mandibles it uses to move earth and rock are quite strong and difficult to escape once ensnared. And since our jump is not strong enough to get us over this gap, or over the wall rather, we're gonna have to go through here. Now, like the stone toads, we can deal with these guys if we can manage to get them not to not to grab us, but to grab our bombs instead. Also, I noticed that now that we got the Various suit back, we have a blue aura instead of a yellow one. So that's interesting that they have a different aura to denote which suit you have at the present time. So you can deal with those guys with some well-timed bombs. I also love that these heat vents actually can actually steam up your visor occasionally. So this here is a big room. Yeah, there's the steam. This is a room that we're gonna see a few different times. So I'm trying to think of which way to go here. So Triclops pit. Trying to remember which way we go first. I think the natural inclination. I think there's an item down below. Wonder if we can reach it now. Trying to remember if we can. Pardon me. Just gotta take a look around here. So I can't remember if we can get an item in here or not. This takes us back up. Let me check in here. Yeah, so there's a little bit of an access point here. Where does this go? I can remind myself. Just take a look around in here. So we can go in here. That leads us to this door. Can't remember if this is something we can do anything about right now, though. Oh. Yeah, totally. We can just get ourselves a missile expansion. There we go. Glad I came over here. We don't have to come back to this room ever again. Just an interesting little caged room over lava. For whatever reason, whatever purpose that served. Deal with these guys as we kind of move along. I think I heard an item inside the pillar to our left there. We'll have to check that out once we're back above ground here. The thrill, yes. We made a cage room over lava just for the heck of it. I'm definitely hearing an item in this pillar, but I don't think that's something we can really feasibly check out for a long time. Because there are a couple of rooms in this game that this wide open space looks a little suspicious compared to all of the enclosed areas we've been through so far in these caverns. And I think, if I remember correctly, there is a reason for this room being this way. But it's not something that is made very readily apparent, and I don't think even exists right now. I think we have to pick up a certain item for this to even, for it to even show up in the first place. But we'll be back to this room later. I'll tell you that much. But for now, we'll keep going through this way. Just kind of move around the puffers. I find it easier to just kind of move around them. Because if you blow them up, then you have to deal with the waiting for their gas cloud to dissipate, and it's like, I'd rather not. So we have the return of the turrets. These turrets are a little bit stronger than the ones we had on the frigate earlier in the game. These actually take 2 charge beam shots to take down instead of just 1. So they do take a little bit more damage to kind of work through, but it happens. as you get through the game, there'll be tougher enemies. You'll have to do more shots. It's pretty standard game stuff. Now this is a Bendesium frame. Or Bendesium, however you want to pronounce it. But this is also something that's been in multiple Metroid games. Glass tube. If you've played a Metroid game that has this in it, you'll recognize what you need to do here. But that won't be relevant to us for a while. So keep in mind that it's there, but don't expect us to do anything with it for a while. That's one thing about Metroid games, is that they reward long-term memory. Where it's like, oh, I remembered, now that I have this item, I remembered there's a thing over here that I needed this item for, and now I can go use it here. So what I want to do here is try to, I was worried that was going to happen. Hopefully I can at least leave a bomb for him. No, and take it. These guys can be a little annoying. Can I missile them? No. I cannot missile them. This is a room where the grapple beam makes a bigger difference later on. You can get through here a lot more easily, so you're not dealing with these guys, who can be a bit of a pain if you don't find just the right spot to deal with them. That seemed to work. Then, if you saw when I was looking around just a second ago, there is something up here that, as long as we're careful to not fall off, just gently guide yourself along these little catwalk areas, we can get ourselves a missile expansion. And if you wanted to, you could also drop down to where that Triclops is, and that's another way to get across the room. But I'm not going to worry about that. So we need to go this way. Oh man. The lava effects when the Magmor comes out of the lava, that looks pretty cool too. Just go through the track here real quick. Alright, good. This gives us access to Tallon Overworld West. We were at Tallon Overworld North earlier. Where does this go? Right. This is a little bit of a tease of what's to come later. Like, oh, we'll need to come back here with the spider ball, because there is no way to get through there right now. We gotta come back there later, once we have the spider ball. So we'll take a look at that when the time comes. That's one thing that these games do pretty well, is giving you a look at what's to come later, and kind of being like, oh, remember this? You'll need to remember this for later. Now, backtracking just a second. Can you hear the item sound? Such a simple little hiding place. But if you're not keeping an ear out, you might not ever think to check there. But it's just there. It's just hanging out. Incubating life forms below the surface, huh? So this is like a beetle birthing ground or something. So let's just leave them alone. 'Cause that's a lot of enemies, and we don't even need to fight any of them. We just move right along. I would like some more missiles back. Well, they're giving me missiles, so I may as well get that blast shield and then grab my missiles again. So, grapple beam. Can't do anything about that right now. I can scan this though. It's a blood flower. Lovely name. Implies only the best things. Able to eject toxic spores. Toxins are poisonous even to the blood flower itself. 3 mouth nodules protrude from the stalk beneath the flower, each with a rudimentary brain cluster and the ability to spew toxic fumes at anything within a 5-meter radius. The spores ejected from the stigma at the center of the flower are sufficient to kill this creature if they explode in its vicinity. So basically, if you get it mad, it's gonna spit things out. If you shoot the things it spits out quickly enough, it'll blow up the flower itself. So essentially, it is its own worst enemy. But we're not gonna worry about that right now, because we've got one in here. And it's got exploding sacks around it too, so it's kind of doomed from the start. Now the exploding sacks, I think, do have a chance to drop items like enemies do. Also gotta love that you can carve out a path through the tangle weeds by shooting the beam over them. That's pretty cool. Now this is an area that we have been before, but I haven't been up this ledge up to this point. But this is where we saw our first little half pipe here. So, we've been brought back to here. What have we acquired recently that the game would want to bring us back in this direction? So this is a time where if you hadn't grabbed the missile expansion in here already, you're kind of already naturally brought back to this point. So it's a good time to get it if you haven't already. So they're really good about leading you back around to areas that you've been to before. So even if you don't want to immediately backtrack and grab items right as soon as you get the thing you would need to be able to get them, they're usually pretty good about looping you back around to several areas just through the natural progression of the game, which is really difficult to design for if you don't know what you're doing. Like, to be able to make an interconnecting world like this and have it weave in and around on itself in a way that feels fluid and organic, where it doesn't feel like you have to go backtracking to make progress. Very interesting. So I'm trying to think of what I need to do now. I think this is where my knowledge of the game starts to fade a little bit. I'm not entirely sure where we need to go. But I think now that I have the Varia suit, there are some things that we can do story-wise. Some different triggers have occurred. I think we go up there now. It's a little bit fuzzy, but I think we go up there. Even if this isn't where we need to go right now, it's still a good place to address for later down the line regardless. So we'll stop over here. We have these guys. These guys are fun. They shoot spines out of themselves. They're seedlings. They're plant-based ground feeders. I don't know, they look like ceiling feeders to me. Dorsal spines can be ejected in self-defense. That's all you need to know about them. And boy, can those spines really seek you out. So let's see. This is the impact crater. Judging by the name, this is where the meteorite landed that caused the great poison that the Chozo have been referring to. But this is pirate data. Base pirate encrypted data decoded. Field team reports are in on an aged structure of alien design built on the surface of Tallon IV. Studies show this structure projects a containment field. This field bars access to a prime source of energy within a deep crater. A prime source of energy? Science team believes the field is powered by a number of strange Chozo artifacts. We have found some of these relics and studies on them have begun. As this field could hinder future energy production operations on Tallon IV, we must dismantle it as soon as possible. Don't even worry about what it could possibly be containing. Let's just lift the containment. It's in our way, so let's get rid of it. If this means the destruction of the Chozo artifacts, it will be done. Yeah, you know, space pirates. Once again, not exactly the most ethical of clans, I guess. Whatever you want to call them. So welcome to Chozo lore. The containment of the Great Poison. This task has fallen to the Chozo, and we will not flee from our duty, even as we suffer with the land and its creatures. We will pour our will into the 12, the artifacts which form the lock that holds this great evil at bay in the depths of the planet. This lock must stand up to all who might come to assault it. To preserve the power of the seal, and to protect it from those who would meddle for their own designs, we will spread the artifacts across the land, hiding them from prying eyes. The lock must never open until the day comes when this disaster can finally be put right. Throughout our living nightmare, as we battle with this unyielding darkness, we Chozo see a light. This light glows with promise, chasing the shadows cast by the great poison and purifying that which has grown toxic. It is strange, though. At times, it looks to our eyes as if the light coalesces into the figure of a woman. Burning brightly, the luminescence descends from space, then retreats back into the infinite blackness from whence it came. When this prophecy comes to pass, when the light recedes, the Chozo's long vigilance of containment will finally come to an end. Nifty little bit of foreshadowing there. Gosh, I wonder who that womanly figure could possibly be that they're seeing in their visions. I just got chills. And the chills aren't stopping. This is a Chozo artifact. Collect it, then scan the totems here for clues on the locations of the remaining artifacts. Together, the artifacts will open a path to the center of the impact crater. Chozo artifact acquired. This is the Artifact of Truth, the first of 12. Scan the totems here for clues on the locations of the remaining artifacts. So now that we have that artifact, we've got some totems we can scan for more information on where the others are located. Before that, though, real quick, I want to take a look Can I... Yes, artifacts. So you can see the artifacts each correlate to one of the pieces of the symbol in the center, with the artifact of truth being that orange one that we have collected. So it follows the same color principle as the map does. The orange artifact pieces are the ones that we have, and the blue ones are the ones that we do not have yet. Bless, what do you mean your mom? What do you mean your mom? What are you saying that in reference to? Bless, what? Please, enlighten me. As I've become more enlightened on the locations of the rest of these artifacts, are you saying... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. So we have new artifact entries that we can get here. A sun chamber high atop our ruined home became the nest of a great beast and a source of corruption. Many Chozo spirits have been drawn to this tainted place. Release their bond to the world to claim the artifact of wild. The womanly figure in the vision. Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying. I wasn't sure, because I feel like that could just be used as a general response to so many things. Ah, yes. So, Sun Chamber. That's where we fought Flagra, the lovely poison flower beast thing. So we need to go back to that room. We can do that pretty easily. But let's take a look at what the other runes have to say here. The heat of Magmoor was a test for many warriors. A shrine in their honor holds the artifact of strength. So somewhere in Magmoor Caverns, there's a shrine we need to find. Let's see. In one of Tallon's far corners, a grove of life lies. Reveal the pillar beneath the waves to find the artifact of Chozo. Okay, that's pretty cryptic. We're not going to be able to do too much with that. The artifact of truth has been returned. So that was the artifact of truth totem. Translating Chozo runes. Invaders have claimed Phendrana as their own. A tower sits atop their fortress. Collapse it to reveal the chamber where the artifact of Elder is held. So we haven't been to Phendrana yet. We'll get there eventually. It's my generic answer to any question directed at me. I mean, fair enough. If you got a go-to response, then to each their own. That's just funny. It's just like, your mom. It just reminds me of this one video where it's a weird video where it's just like an overly verbose your mom joke where it's like, hello, my name is Beef, and today I would like to present an exceedingly excellent your mother joke. It's so weird. It's such a weird video. I don't even know how I found it. It's one of those things where it's like, YouTube has decided, yes, this video needs to be seen. It's like, oh, okay, I've seen it. Now what do I do with this cursed knowledge? Anyway, speaking of knowledge, let's translate some more Chozo runes. A tall cave stands at Phendrana's edge. Seek the unseen entrance at its top to find the artifact of spirit. Yeah, the YouTube gods have put it into my hands. What I do with it is up to me. There is a tower within the ruins where light always shines. Move through the waters there to find the artifact of Life-Giver. So with these hints, the green text usually refers to the name of the room that the artifact is located in. So like in Vendrana, there's a place there to be named Tower. I will say this now. There is a room called Vendrana's Edge, so we'll need to find that room. Within the ruins of our home, we honor our fallen elders in a great hall. So we need to find somewhere in the Chozo ruins some sort of hall. A chamber beneath the statue holds the artifact of World. And then with this one that we're gonna go to, the Sun Chamber is the name of the room that we fought the Flagra boss in. So I think we go to the Sun Chamber, we go get that artifact, and then maybe that's where we'll call it for today. Because, oh boy, it is gonna be a little bit challenging for me to remember where it is we need to go next in the game. So I think the Sun Chamber is the most concrete lead that I have to go off of right now. Because I have to think about where we can go now that I have the Varia suit. Because usually it's the most recent item that you've collected that kind of guides where you need to go next in the game. So with the Varia suit being our most recent acquisition, I feel like we need to find a heat room somewhere, like an intense heat room, and that will be where we kind of need to go, is in that sort of direction. Like I said, my memory of this game is not super strong, so trying to remember where I need to go is going to be a little difficult from this point onward. But worst comes to worst, we do have the hint system, where if I spend too long without making progress into the main part of the game, eventually that little hint system will pop up and be like, hey, we've detected a thing that could be helpful. So keep that in mind as well. Let's see, is there anything else? I don't think there's any other stuff in this loop area, because we already went through all there. And there's nothing over there that we need to grab. I think we're done with that loop entirely as far as I'm aware. The only thing I could think we would really need to do with that loop is just getting to the transport to Magmore Caverns. If we don't want to go through the Arboretum, go up to the Sun Chamber and get through here. So, trying to think, because this room was a heat room, but I think we also need the grapple beam to get through it, so there's no point in going that way. Especially since it just leads back to the main plaza anyway. And I think that's how we use the grapple beam, the grapple point that's up there, to get a missile expansion. So that's not story related, per se. That won't give us concrete progression to get further into the game, but it will give us more missiles, at the very least. So, unfortunately, nothing to be done about it right now, because I don't even have grapple beam to begin with. So, we'll save that train of thought for another time. Right now, though, we can check out this room, and the water is now totally fine. So we could actually be in the water if we wanted to. There's a whole lot of reason to do it. But once we have the spider ball, this fountain actually fits a morph ball, and we could shoot up to the ceiling and use the morph ball track once we have the spider ball augmentation. So right now, this room is basically just one step closer to an extra, I think it's a missile expansion. But for now, still nothing to do in there. This room's a little bit safer now that the water isn't poison. So now it's easier to just kind of get around in here. Or I should say, it's not necessarily easier to get around in here. Falling is less punishing. So let's see here. There's nothing over here that we needed to do right now, because the only things we could do in here require Spider Ball. We're not going to get that for a while, so no point going that way. Now we just got to climb the room again. I'm going to try to take out these hives before they spawn war wasps this time, so that I can climb up here uninterrupted. I kind of like the blue look on the morph ball there. There's a hive, get rid of that. Head through here. This room will be a little easier to navigate once we get our space jump boots again. But we won't be getting those for a while either. I think we have to go to Fendrana first in terms of actual, like, intended progression. I don't know if the method to get the space jump boots early still works in the remastered version of the game here, because there is a certain sort of like specific set of movements that you can do right from when you first land on the ship. Invulnerable to weapons fire, so we can't actually get into the sun chamber from this side. I forgot about that. We can only get to the sun chamber from the sun tower and the sun tower access, which means that we need some other things that we don't have right now. So where does that leave us? I guess we could go back there and check and see if it is true whether or not I can go through the heated room. So I was under the impression that we needed the grapple beam to get through there, but maybe we can still go through there and it'll be fine. Won't know until we check. So let's see, which side of the room is that on? So there's nothing left for us to do in the gathering hall until after we have Spider Ball. So let's go down this way. Just take a hard landing, it's fine. Pop through here again. Okay. Let's head over this way and see if there's anything we can do over here. Pardon me, blast caps. Yeah. See, we need a grapple beam to get through here. We can be in this room safely now because we have the Varia suit, so we can resist just the sheer heat of the room itself. However, we cannot cross the gap because we don't have grapple beam. So now I truly am at a loss of where to go specifically at this point. I would guess, since we have the Varia suit, that maybe we need to do something else in Magmore Caverns that I missed. So with that in mind, I guess I'll head back this way. And then just double check. Yeah, I guess we would have to loop back around to Magmore Caverns North there. Unless we wanted to go back to the Tallon overworld way of getting there. So maybe there's something we do at the landing site now. Maybe. See, I don't think there's anything we can do to get space jump boots until after we get another power up later. Root Cave, we don't have anything we can do there. I think that we are mainly just supposed to kind of pass through here. I guess maybe there was something to do at the landing site. We'll head back here. In any case, I kind of need to trust in the direction that the game has kind of led me in. So if it led me back toward the landing site, I assume there's a reason I need to be over there. Let me just double check and see if that's the case. So I can't remember exactly. Because it led me back to this room for a reason. So maybe my map knowledge is a little fuzzy over here. Because I thought this led me to somewhere specific that I can't really do anything about right now. Being over here. There is this here. This is just a quicker way through to here, I guess. You don't have to go walk around, I guess. Doesn't seem like it would make much of a difference anyway. It's a nice little grove. A nice little area. Can't get through here without the morph ball. So we have that, which works nicely. Let's see. Ooh. We have some space pirates here. Let's scan them. These are flying pirates. These are pirates trained and equipped for airborne assault. These guys are awful. They are extremely agile in the air, but the heat signatures of their jetpacks can be tracked with thermal imaging. While their missiles are extremely potent, their jetpacks can be even more so. If the pack fails, they will make a suicide strike. So if their jetpack starts to malfunction, they will fly into you and try to explode on you. Take a quick scan of this crate. Appears to be the same type of container found on the Space Pirate Research Frigate. The material seeping out from the ruptured metal is highly toxic. Analysis indicates that this may be the phazon compound the space pirates were using in their biological experiments. Phazon, it's important. More so than it being important, it's also toxic. These guys don't want to mess around with me though. In case the Geiger counter clicks weren't enough to warn you that that stuff is bad news. I see some more pirates across the water there. But underwater, there's a little bit of walking around you can do. There's some missile expansion that you can't really reach because while you're underwater, your mobility is dampened. So your jump doesn't go very high, your movement speed's kind of slow. Ooh, yes. Please teach me. Where do I need to go? Oh, the monitor station. Durr. That's my bad. Thank you, hint system. I forgot about the monitor station back in Magmore. We just kind of glossed over it. We like passed around it rather than actually scaling it. That's my bad. But we'll be coming back here later. This is where I thought it led. And I was like, no, wouldn't need to go here. Thank goodness for the hand system, I suppose. Put me back on track. Let's see. Well, since we didn't get to go grab an artifact or anything, let's head to the monitor station. I want to do one more piece of substantial progress before we call it a day. Now, because I'm probably going to forget where items are and things like that if I stay away from this game for too long, I might consider, well, I guess I should say I am considering streaming this more frequently than just the waiting until next week to play it again. Because in a week, I will probably forget some of the more immediate short-term details. So I definitely want to make sure that that doesn't happen. Best way to prevent short-term memory loss is to just do things in the short term. Just do things more immediately, I guess. Man, there's a lot of you guys. So threatening. I'm just gonna walk right by them. Alright. Let's head back to the Magmore Caverns. I'm almost out of water. Alright, we need to go this way. Back through Magmore. Let's just skate around this guy real quick. Oop. Excuse me. I'm just gonna jump through the fire jets here real quick, because I'm impatient. And I've got places to be. Hello, Magmore. Let's just deal with you real quick. Thank you. So let's hop up here. And I'm gonna take this way of going around. It's simple enough. And I can just unmorph right there. Grab some more health from those containers. Works just fine for me. Watch out for the fire jets. I think I could jump around them. Yeah, okay. Alright, so right up here, the monitoring station. I kind of skirted around the bottom of it, but I never actually went here, or like went up. Take care of those real quick. Okay, let's climb. Let's actually make some progress here. Ooh. Now these things do have anticipatory aim, so you could try to juke them by moving in one direction, and then when they try to shoot at you, switch to moving the other direction real quick. Or you could use your combat dodge, which I think would probably be simpler. Let's see, immersion pistons are leaching power from the magma pools as planned. Geothermal power source is promising. Recommend energy command, deactivate central dynamo and switch to geothermal power at once. Geothermal power routing to the station is complete. Unstable magma flow is a concern. Remove tower from geothermal grid if fluctuations exceed safety levels. Local crystal formations possess low phazon residue. They do have high value to the monks of Grondheim, however. The monks of Grondheim? What? Recommend processing of crystal for that market once phase-on operations cease. Oh, man. They're gonna monetize the phase-on crystals. Jeez. Report any signs of magma predator activity to security control at once. Alright, so we got a door here. I can't remember if this is like a save room or just like a little side area. I mean, sounds like a side area to me. I can pop up here. Now these jumping puzzles are made significantly less punishing by the fact that you don't have to double bomb jump. Because otherwise you'd have to worry about these blocks breaking underneath you. Because they take 2 bombs and then they just break. What's this? Aha! Now this, I believe, is the way we need to go. Access to Phendrana drifts north. Granted. So I do want to step into Phendrana a little bit. Just a little bit before we stop. Because Phendrana Drifts has some of my favorite music in the entire game. Like the Tallon IV overworlds. It's like the overworld music when you first land is really, really good for setting the mood. Chozo Ruins is generally kind of groovy. Magmore Caverns is very thematic. But there's something really special about the Phendrana Drifts melody. Something about it is just really nice. This ice structure blocks the hall. A concussive blast should be able to clear it out of the way. Charge beam works. Okay. Welcome to Phendrana Drifts. I'm just gonna let the music speak for itself. There's just something so pleasantly gentle about it. It fits a snow area so perfectly. Radion. We know what Radion means. Oh, hi. Oh, look at your derpy little eyes! Oh my gosh! I've never seen their eyes this detailed before. Crystallite. Territorial cold weather scavenger. The shell of a crystallite reflects beam weapons and can only be cracked by a concussive blast. They hang upside down in an ice cave during their larval stage. Moisture runs off its body and forms the hard ice shell, which the crystallite retains for the rest of its life. Oh, let me see your eyes again, buddy. I want to see your eyes. Hold on, come here. Turn around, come back. I need to see your eyes. Let me look into your eyes. Oh, look at him, he's coming. Oh, he's got the little grabby. Oh, look at those mandibles. I don't want to hurt him. He's too precious. He's too precious for this world. The door directly above has been unlocked. Oh, thank you for telling me which door. Perfect. Metroid Prime high-res derp confirmed. It's awesome. I've never seen their eyes with that much detail before. I didn't realize how derpy they were. It's awesome. Is this a save room here? It is. Okay, so real quick, just mental note to ourselves before we leave. That door is now unlocked because we've scanned a thing in that tunnel and unlocked the door directly above. I hear an item above us. Or something like very nearby. Maybe up there? Maybe up there. But yeah, so we'll be heading through that door the next time we come through and play this. Do a few last scans here. New personnel must report to the South Research Facility. Failure to report will be penalized by a 30% ration cut and extra duty. Oof. 30%. Western Temple is in Phase 2 lockdown. All projects are postponed. Under no circumstances are personnel to attempt access. Western Temple too, huh? All ballistics support personnel report to Research Lab Hydra. Lockdown Containment Plan 3A in effect until further notice. Alright. Let's save it up. Energy fully replenished? Heck yeah.